Meow.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the Tenno arsenal will you succeed.
Thank kitty. Ah.
Your will was greater. This is good.
Thank kitty.
rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors' death.
Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
Oh no.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete. You got it. The data is still intact. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Your will was greater. This is good. These foes deserve your respect. Honor them with quick deaths, and I with your victory.
Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Continue to defend. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Completed. Move on. This will only get more difficult. Get to a terminal and prepare for enemy resistance. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Continue to defend. Moving. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
Switching out. Seeing if I could use my iPad for this, but no, it's not worth it. I can just use my phone. Oh. I do need to switch my audio, though.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the Tenno
There you
arsenal
go.
will you succeed.
Oh, Lua. Lua spy missions. Those are the most fun. You can see how bad I am at these. Think I know how most of them work. Well, hello.
Be on the lookout for increased security measures.
I have a bunch of stuff I just set up. Like, you can probably tell my camera's in a different position.
We're nearing the console.
Because I also have a new
Trigger the
monitor.
alarms now, and
So
we
I'm
will
kind
start
of making sure
destroying data.
everything works good. Oh boy.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Gotta get 2 out of these. I don't remember this one. Let's see. Might just skip this incursion.
This console has been severely damaged. You can't get anything
I
out
need
of
to
it
find
in
a
this
rift somewhere. There it is. I think I gotta go back into the normal time. What's this? It's a glowy thing. Oh. There we go. Look at me. I know how to do it.
Excellent work. A
So this
distraction.
persistence variation is something that unfortunately
Here.
is kind of a Excalibur Prime-ish exclusive, but only with like a slight compromise. So it's a hideous resistance, but I'm using Molt Reconstruct for healing. There's a particular set of tuning that I did, like making sure you get high enough strength and low enough efficiency in order to make it work. It's a pretty nuanced build that I'm still kind of working on. I think the build itself is complete. It's just making sure I get all the right talking points to mention when I discuss it or describe it.
This console has been severely damaged. You can't get anything out of it
I
in this
think.
state.
Oh, I don't remember this one. I don't remember all of these until I go and do them, and then I remember them. Or Axie is doing stuff.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
I think I gotta... No. Where's the rift? There's a rift around here somewhere. There it is.
The moon said an exit from the void has had unforeseen consequences. Be on the lookout for localized continuity disturbances. You may be able to turn these to your advantage.
Whoops. Oh no.
Alarms. Data destruction is imminent. You need to hurry.
Yeah, Lua. We got 2 out of 3. So that's fine. We'll give this guy a countdown. See if he can do it. I guess I should probably go and also try. Oh, where's the... I think this is where you have to transition out and then back in. You have to blow something up. Oh. Oh. Something with that. Did I do a thing? Oh well.
The data we retrieved will have to suffice. Get to extraction.
The hard part here is getting out.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
There we go. Yeah, the goal on almost every single one of my builds is to make a variation where I can use dual lickers without problem. And that's what this is. And when I say dual licker, I also mean pretty much any melee weapon. Or any primary, actually. This would actually work a pretty decent alternative using primary, having built-in healing to it. Just really trying to stretch the limitations of Molt Reconstruct, because Molt Reconstruct is kind of limiting, but when you have Blind Rage on and no efficiency, then you can get pretty good results from that. I try to force dual lickers onto everything, yeah. This doesn't feel forced. I was reluctant to use Molt Reconstruct in a couple of my Persistence builds, specifically because it requires you to be actively casting, and then it also requires you to run Blind Rage to make it work. And then the energy economy with that, you have to be very particular with. But I think the solution, though, and this is what I'm not going to demonstrate in Steel Path, but what I can demonstrate in doing like another Kuva Lich or something, where enemies are not doing enough damage to you in order to get enough energy, and therefore you can't sustain like the whole kit, but you don't need the whole kit. That's kind of like the whole problem. Like if the enemies are low enough, you don't need to be using Radio Javelin. If the enemies are doing enough damage for you to be able to get enough energy, take enough damage to get enough energy to then be able to use it, then it's sort of a problem that solves itself. That's kind of the simplest way to put it, I think. So it's not a simple, like it's almost got two modes in it. It's like, are you taking a lot of damage, and are you taking no damage? The downside, though, is that I use preparation in this build, and preparation actually does a lot. The biggest problem I've found with not using preparation in this is when you go into Arcwing, Amisha actually gets preparation, but it doesn't get the starting energy shards, at least from what I can tell. So then being able to use preparation in the build is actually pretty massive on your ability for it to transition to Arcwing. Just one of those things that ideally DE just fixes it by doing the things to Excalibur or Umbra.
Keep those manifestations away from the exilizers. Spent exilizer has been retired.
Nice. Glad I can help with. Glad I can help, because I also got pretty tired of using Raffle Advance, to be honest. Because Raffle Advance is just so good, and it scales so well at low. That's like my most recent Persistence variation. It's like the only thing that was allowing that to succeed with that low of energy and pretty high in content was actually Raffle Advance. But it is a nice tool when you don't have room for a bunch of strength. like you have all these compromises you have to make within the build. Wrathful Advance is one of those great tools for it, but yeah, I also get sick of it. I think quality of life wise, having status immunity is still kind of the king on this. It's not great if you're trying to do the solo the guilty. That's it's not that great when you're trying to do that mission, but that's where circumvent comes in. I think that was a pretty effective tool. The angel better be here somewhere. I like doing the... Oh, there it is. Get lethal levitation stacks.
We're down an Excalibur, working on backups. The void cascade just hit a new level of intensity. Be careful. We have no idea what it could manifest.
Yeah, the key thing you have to actually do here, though, is manage your health. That's kind of what a lot of the other builds don't have, the persistence build. So it's a little bit different of an approach. But I'm going to see how tolerable it is. Because having lifesteal is so much easier with persistence. It pretty much solves the problem. But in theory, if you're casting abilities all the time anyways, then it's not a big deal. It's like Radio Javelin. Yeah, I'll show the what the build actually is here after this. And we get Acolyte. This is why you do the Void Angel. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We're gonna do the thing. Did I get it? Where is it? Dang it. It just disappeared. I was gonna Vexoric this thing to death. Always fun. Yeah, I'm also... notice too that I'm also using Smita. You don't know what my Smita is named, but my Smita is named Mr. Bigglesworth, and that is in fact the companion I'm using. So I'm really stretching the limit. I'm not getting the constant healing from using Quills. I'm getting some less consistent healing with my Smita, because there's some stuff in Smita that I'm actually using. I was testing to see if the charm affinity buff could actually give you more Tauren strike charge, and it doesn't, best I can tell. I was actually testing that. I was seeing if I could run a Smita build to charge Tauren strike faster, and it's not the case, because that affinity buff can like double dip, like where it's doubled up, and unfortunately that doesn't appear to impact your Tauren strike. I imagine they just disabled affinity boosters from being able to affect those, so that people don't just feel like they need to have affinity boosters in order to make it viable. Because that would be pretty lame if that was the case. Okay, I think what I'll do, we'll see how quickly I can get another. I have three Kuva Ghoul Souls and none of them are actually that good of percentages, but I'll show the build after this.
Underestimate them at your peril.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
Yeah, you have to kind of just monitor your health, and I think this will scale just fine going towards level cap, because you're going to get healing with your companion when you're slash dashing and such. So since it's a slash dash heavy build, your companion will be able to keep itself alive from your slash dash, and then you'll be able to stay alive from your companion. So it's a bit symbiotic on that.
Removing the galleon to assess Kuva Lich viability.
Let's see if the first one this time, I don't have to spend 30 minutes doing this in order to get one. Yep, looks like it's gonna be the case. Well, howdy there. Yeah, Maturai is actually pretty good. If you use Maturai on the guilty mission, it's pretty good. If you use it on the first Vanguard, it will pretty much kill that entire wave and then kill the next one. So if you use it on like the second to last wave, or second to last like set of those Vanguard, the commandeered warframes, then you can pretty much kill 2 waves at once. I think that's what happened in that round, if I remember correctly. The most recent one I uploaded where I used Matarai and Dual Liquor, I'm pretty sure I did that. One where I was using Charm, Komei's Charm. Oh boy, 75% off coupon. Those are definitely nice. Here, I'll actually show the build like I said I was going to do. So I'm going to go top off my coffee while I hover this over. If you're wondering why I'm drinking coffee this late, it's because I got to rotate to a night shift. And so I'm going to be doing that the next couple days. Yeah, so Reconstruct. That's the only thing that's different about this, and that's other than the fact that I'm using Smita. So Smita does get healing. Like, you got a backup healing from Hunter Recovery here, but it's nowhere close to Panzer. And this is really trying to stretch the legs when it comes to the limits associated with this. If you guys want to see what happens, I'm actually, if you guys watched a couple of my gameplays of the Guilty, I'm just gonna hop in here and you're gonna see what happens probably most of the runs, because I think every single run that I did successfully, I had probably 20 some failures. So we'll do it live. I haven't tested Molt Reconstruct in this, but this is definitely gonna be rough because I'm gonna get silenced all the time, and then I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna get a heat stack, and the heat stack's gonna one-shot me. That's probably what's gonna happen. See if I can even survive. Just need to make sure Trinity dies, because Trinity is lame. Yeah, see, like right here, all it takes is like 1 heat stack and then I'm dead. But I get like 600 some healing from Radio Javelin. I took too long to kill his Trinity. And so yeah, that's what's gonna happen. If you don't kill Trinity in the first like 15 seconds or 10 seconds, you will fail. I've actually had her go permanently immune where I'm in there for like 2 minutes and she can't die because she's just permanently immune. So yeah, that's the limitation there. Like, that's where if you do the Guilty run, you pretty much need Circumvent, because Circumvent not only strips their armor. It's one of those things I didn't mention probably as overtly as I should have, but Circumvent is also one of the most powerful offensive arcanes in the game, because this actively stripping armor on your targets and their shields is so powerful. It doesn't synergize well with Dual Liquor, because Dual Liquor really likes when I'm running it like this, where you have this insane magnetic damage. This really likes being able to hit enemies that are overguarded, and if you're stripping them that way, it's not as effective. I'd rather be able to, like on those Thrax Ghosts, where I can just do a block neutral and it pretty much kills their overguard even at level cap. Okay, nothing good there. Here's a conjunction survival. I do like a little bit of these. I don't go in there for too long. Hello there, hello. Yeah, I've got my other dock, so I can read the chats this way. And then mustache hair going all wild. And then actually I have it plugged into my monitor because I just got a new monitor. I had to get mine returned and replaced because it showed up dead on arrival, which is unfortunate. And I don't upgrade monitors. The irony of it is I don't upgrade monitors very often because I get anxiety about like dead pixels and all that stuff, and of course I get a dead on arrival monitor after 3.5 years of being on the same monitor. It shows up broken, but this one seems to be working just fine. It didn't come with a crack in the screen or anything like the last one did. And they double boxed it, so this is kind of crazy. If you buy a new monitor, be ready for a brand new high-end monitor to come in just cardboard, like no soft-shelled foam, just cardboard, which has consequences, turns out. I think I've bought probably 100 some monitors, having to actually do it for, like doing IT work professionally and building out desks and all that sort of stuff and networks and all that. And I don't even remember cheap monitors not coming with hard cell or closed cell foam, like the decent stuff, like the basic stuff. Yet they'll ship like a brand new like $1,300 monitor in cardboard. Like clamshell cardboard, like clamshell around it. Yeah, pretty ridiculous. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Archon shards. The thing about persistence is you really want as much health as possible, and instead of going with the blast is fine. Like long term, if you prefer that, or even if you just want to go half and half. But I think you at least want to try to have 1,500 health pretty quickly. I think the advantage of the blast variation that I have is you're also using blessing. Like that's your extra source of health. And because of that, you're able to get a lot of health pretty quickly with orbs from your companion and stuff. There's really a three-prong approach, I guess, to health in the blast build, where you're using the topaz shards, and that's you have your base health that's pretty high. You've got arcane blessing, which stacks pretty quickly, and then you also have the blast shards. In this case, it's just a static 1900, which is pretty close to, like, it's close to 4 seconds. That's pretty good. Like, the way this build is kind of structured is, if there's a lot of enemies, you're probably taking damage, and therefore you should radio javelin not only to heal, but also to get your stacks. So it's this, like, two birds, one stone sort of mentality. You're already casting this ability to get the stacks, and you're going to get a lot of healing from it. You're going to get enough to be able to spam it. I might be able to show it. Oh, Stalker wants to find out again. I might be able to show this. So even my Kavat, like, look how much healing my Kavat is doing. And this isn't a Panzer, this is a Smita. We're doing pretty good damage there. But if there's enough enemies around, I can just do this. And I'm gonna be able to out-heal the damage at 500 per second. But we're not gonna die to Stalker. We're not gonna give him the satisfaction of killing me. I don't wanna lose a Stalker. It's been years. Goodbye. But just to demonstrate, I could even remove my companion. That's actually how I've been testing it a lot of the times, running Molt Reconstruct, is I just remove my companion, and if I can survive without a companion, then it's enough healing. So even Smita is capable of keeping me alive here for the most part. I'm just staring at the health meter here to see what's going on. See, I'm taking 500 pretty quickly, like almost instantly I'm taking 500. And then it kind of gates a little bit, because it'll hit that wall. Let's not die to Malice either. I want my Steel Essence. Survive a Jade Light. Pretty much... Oh. That was close. Yeah, see, 600, and then another 600 health. So... like, remember, Radio Javelin, 116, and then it's times 6 for Molt Reconstruct. So if you don't have Blind Rage, then this build will not work. Like, you will not get enough healing without Blind Rage. which is why you see sacrificing out duration for it. And the only thing you need duration for in this build is Furious Javelin. So if you're casting Radio Javelin to get healing, you're also getting the stacks, and you're probably casting it more than once every 16 seconds. That's kind of the theory behind it.
But outside the corrupted,
And it gets you to a good amount of strength, I think.
and fast. Eliminate them.
I almost wish I can get more negative efficiency, but there's really no way to do that. Yeah, see, this is where that's where you have to be careful, because I let my hideous resistance stack drain. Those drain pretty quick in Jade's Light. Asking about Jade's Light, you'll drain through, because I think it's doing damage every half second, if I remember correctly. I think it says in the wiki. It's every like half second. So if you have enough stacks to get that drained within a Jade's Light, then you're gonna die from that. And then once the heat proc goes on you, then you're screwed.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Yeah, thread regarding Excalibur. Your side of the issue. So the problems that I have with Excalibur. So this build is actually an example of it. We'll actually extract, and I'll show you, because I'm only doing these to kind of pass some time and play with this build. So I'll actually show you. This is a great example of exactly what's wrong with Excalibur when it comes to the differences between versions. So as I mentioned with Persistence, you kind of want as much health as you can. And the only two ways that you can get a lot of health on Excalibur when you're running Persistence that isn't baseline having like triple Umbra mods is Arcane Blessing and your Archon Shards. So if you don't have the ability to put in another Arcane because you're using a reliable source of healing, in this case, Reconstruct, something that's built into the rig, then the only way for you to get more health is with Archon Shards. And so once you take up Archon Shard slots, you have 4 of them. These aren't very high value health-wise, but it's really your last, like the last place that you can get it. Well, the problem with Excalibur, base Excalibur in this build, is you're having to make 2 compromises. I'll actually go to base Excalibur because I have this set up. So if you go to base Excalibur, I have to switch to this one. For you to be able to get over 700 armor to meet Persistence, you have to run Stand United to be able to get that. Without Stand United, here I'll just switch the aura. Without Stand United, you're less than 700. The other option would be using like an Archon Shard, and that is far more valuable than Stand United, because you think 225 health versus, in this case, if you put on Physique, how much more health you get? 70. So you get like 3 times the amount of health relative to the value of this aura slot. So if you wanted to run it, you're sacrificing your aura, which isn't only a U buff. In this case, Stand United is not very useful just in general. Like if you had to choose between Steel Charge and that, like Steel Charge, this is so much more valuable to your team, even if your team isn't like playing melee only like me. Or in the case if you want to use any other aura, like you're basically locked into using this aura just to get to that, because you're sacrificing, otherwise you're having to sacrifice one of your Archon Shards, which then you lose a lot of health and you can't really make up for that very easily. You also don't get as much starting energy. So if you did run into a situation, this is where the other compromise on Excalibur comes in, base Excalibur, where you don't even get to 500, you lose out on like over 200 energy with Archon Flow. And you really, there's a few situations where you could use battery, but then because you have less armor, you get less value at a battery. So there's like a double negative here when it comes to running normal Excalibur. So then if you take that same exact build concept and you apply it to Umbra, Umbra is still configured for the blast version of this. In this case, you really want to use Warrior's Rest because it nullifies, whenever you transfer in and out, it nullifies this, which, sure, you could just not transfer, but there's a lot of missions where you have to be transfer into Operator, or you get force transferred, like if you're doing any of the higher end content. So then you're pretty much forced to using Warrior's Rest, which, sure, it gives you 15% strength, and it's effectively equivalent to Power Drift. Oh, Exilus. It's effectively equivalent to Power Drift, and anytime you see Power Drift in my builds on Prime, you're using Warrior's Rest on Umbra. But then because of that, if you look at the build I'm running now, and this, like I said, this is a textbook example of this. If we get rid of preparation, I'll actually go to this to show you. So your starting energy, this is kind of, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but preparation actually affects your starting energy in Arcwing. So I'll show you 75 starting energy. And that's important because a primary overcharge now. So primary overcharge, you basically will start with this buff versus potentially taking a while to get this buff. And if you're doing that solo guilty run, you basically don't get this buff if you're using it. On top of that, if you do get rid of this guy, so let's say I go and put Power Drift on, your starting energy is pretty low to the point where, depending on the mission, you might not have enough energy to be able to like slash dash around. You'll at least be able to get up your resistance, but you won't be able to slash dash around, which is why I'm using this now in here. So this is like huge quality of life for not only the vast majority of missions. I find it technically it's more valuable than the Archon Shard. The Archon Shard is 45%, and this one's 100%. And when you think about value-wise, Power Drift is equivalent to 1 Archon Shard. This is equivalent to more than 2. Like, instead of 45%, it's 100%. Even though I know it only needs to be at like 91% for it to max out most of the time, but value-wise, that's the case. So just to show this again, here's another, this is the stuff I was going to cover in this build video coming up for it. But you see the starting mission 75. Well, if you actually go to an Arcwing mission, we'll do where is it? Do Pandora. Yeah, run Gladiator mods for base, yeah. Yeah, the aura is by far the least compromising. So then look at my starting energy. I'm at 540 starting energy. So preparation is applying. And the difference here is I have this 186 multi-shot that I wouldn't, 189 multi-shot that I wouldn't otherwise have. So, and the difference it makes on this is pretty massive on your ability to do this mission. And this is one of my benchmarks, because this is something that the Kuva Gradler, when I tested it, if you've seen my Arcwing video, just did not do very well on, because the recharge rate, the raw damage, like the splash on it, or the lack thereof, it just didn't perform very well. And you can see, like, less than 40 seconds. I wasn't even, like, going hard in order to get it that quick, but, you know, pretty quickly I can kill that. I showcase that in my Arcwing when I cover Kuva Ayunga and why I think it's the best. And this mission is a great example of that. This is actually what I use to test things like the Larkspur and figure out, like, they're really not, like, versatile enough. Because really that's what I go for. I go for, like, do I have to change anything about this because of a mission type? I never like doing that in this game. I just want to play one build. That one build I can do it all, which is possible in the modern game here. So just as an example, if you didn't have preparation on the build, I'll actually show that. I'll show you what happens when you switch out preparation, which is what you would get if you're playing this on Umbra. Then you're compromising in that capacity. If you're running it on basic Excalibur, you compromise on your aura and also on your total amount of max energy that you get, which affects more than just potentially Violet Shards. Overall quality of life too, just having extra 200 max energy is pretty massive. So that's where it comes down to two things, in my opinion, on how to fix this issue without going to what is unfortunately an extreme of just releasing Excalibur Prime for obtainable. The two options being, like, actually give us a toggle for sentience, or what I think is actually a better solution, unfortunately, I think it's a better solution where they just buff base Excalibur and kind of keep Umbra as this like as this gimmick or novelty for the quest line, and really funnel players that are trying to play Excalibur like me on normal Excalibur. So here I'm going to remove preparation. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to put on power drift, and we're going to go on the same mission. I'm not going to complete it. I'm just going to go into it so you can see, just so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. This wasn't something I knew like overtly until today when I was playing with it. So like right here. So I only have 80 starting energy and I don't have primary overcharge. So when you talk about for persistence and Arcwing, that's like another layer to solve this problem, but you can't run that unless you're running base Excalibur, and then when you're running base Excalibur, you're making compromises with his base stats. So it's just this there's no, the only right answer is to play Excalibur Prime, and obviously that's obviously not a solution that the vast majority of the player base can actually do. So yeah, that's where I think if they buffed base Excalibur stats, it fixes every problem with Excalibur that is like really impactful, which is the lower base stats or the sentience, and then also duplicates. So then I can run Excalibur. If I don't want to change all of my, if I want to test something, I can go on normal Excalibur and then test it, and then effectively just have Excalibur Prime as this novelty cosmetic only variation that has a Death Orb passive. That hasn't mattered since Void Keys. But I've been slowly escalating on the level of intensity on fighting that issue because I run into roadblocks like very aggressive and borderline malicious admins on the forums, and then I've been on the Discord trying to figure out how to let someone know about this issue, because I have a feeling it's one of those things that as soon as someone important at DE is aware of like how this is and hears that kind of explanation, I think as soon as they hear that, it's a pretty quick just buff base stats on Excalibur and boom, problem solved. They can just say, you no longer need to, like, people can stop whining about Excalibur Prime because base Excalibur is functionally the same. And then that'll help the mods out. That'll help everyone out, because the probability of him actually coming back isn't something worth putting an insane amount of effort into, to be honest. It's just the probability of ever happening because of probably some issue that they can't even tell us about, whether it was a contract they signed or something to be able to get funding. I don't know. There's probably some reason that they might not even be able to disclose that they can't re-release it. Who knows? Why is Umbra considered better? Umbra is considered uniquely useful if you can actually make use of his sentience, but the problem is the sentience is really buggy. I've actually ran into it multiple times, and it's on my channel. I actually have recordings of it, because it happened to happen while I was streaming one time, and also while I was recording a build video, where you'll just have your abilities disabled. Like your first and second abilities just disabled for the rest of the mission, which is that's pretty game breaking. If like you're not able to use your first and second ability for the entire mission that persists through death, like no out of bounds or anything fixes it. It's just permanently disabled. That makes using his sentience basically a non-starter for me. Because what would suck is you get into an endurance mission and then you get halfway through it, and the probability of you running into that bug goes up as you play more, like the overall net probability. So then you just run into this where, oh, well, when is this going to bug out, versus just disabling it and then ensuring you don't have that possibility. It wasn't a bug that I don't know how many people I've ran into. This might just be the way I play him, like transferring in and out very quickly and stuff, but I've run into it twice, and it is game breaking when you do. Just to point out, I removed my companion. So my companion is not assisting whatsoever because it does not exist, and I am still able to keep this build up with just Molt Reconstruct, so that's pretty good. Base Steel Path, but obviously your ability to survive will be proportional to your level of intensity. Like right here, I'm low on energy, so you kind of have to manage your energy. But the overall equation for it, you're going to get more energy than what you spend to get health back. And that's the important thing to understand. Like right here, where I can keep my health up. You get a bit of CC from Radio Javelin. But if you got energy to cast Radio Javelin, then you probably have energy to cast like Slash Dash afterwards too. That's the only downside of this. You can run into where you're too tanky, you don't take enough damage, and then you run into energy problems that way. But that's a self-correcting issue. It just takes a lot more management from a lot more active management. Content that gives me a struggle. Well, I've been playing the game for so long that like when I used to play EDA, ETA regularly to get shards when those were still like a limit, I would play at whatever Warframes. Like I didn't use Excalibur for that because it just wasn't viable. Because this was also before they added shield immunity in 1999. Like when EDA first came out, that was when I was really playing it. So you couldn't run, you had to run some really stupid stuff in order to survive in level cap, let alone going into EDA EDA where you don't have revives or anything. So I would run like Trinity and then just kind of take the -3, like only going to 34 research, losing out on that last reward. But I think in the last few patches, they buffed so much stuff on Excalibur that any of the problems that I used to run into, I don't really have anymore. Like having Overguard immunity now is pretty huge. Having shield immunity that they added a while back is massive. That was one of the biggest buffs they've done to Excalibur. Tech Route Encore did make Slash Dash more powerful and more useful, but it's still... I still think they need to make Exalted Blade a holstered weapon, because then it can properly scale Slash Dash, but I don't know, we'll see. That's one of those other things. If I could sit with one of the devs and explain exactly what I think should change with Excalibur, it would literally just be those two things. It would be make Exalted Blade a holstered weapon in the background, so it's not summoned when you cast your 4, it's just drawn when you cast your 4. So it has its own combo and maintains its buffs from Slash Dash, or if you holster it or unholster it, and then buffing base Excalibur stats. Those are the only... Even if they gave me 3 things to change, I would tell them just fix those 2, because those are like by a holster weapon. So when you cast your 4, when you cast your 4, you summon Exalted Blade. It doesn't exist. And the problem that causes for Slash Dash is that Slash Dash scales off of it, including its combo. It doesn't have its own combo, which then causes this issue where it only gets its full power when when Exalted Blade is drawn. And I think it's a unique problem to Excalibur and to Slash Dash because it's the only pseudo exalted that still exists. The rest of them they removed the pseudo exalted interaction and they gave it its own mod ability. But Slash Dash is still a pseudo exalted because of the way it scales off of Exalted Blade. It doesn't scale off of its own mods and stuff. It doesn't have its own combo counter. So it's unique in that. But that's not to say that they couldn't fix or change Wukong's Iron Staff to work the same way. It's just if they had to choose, like run it on Excalibur, see how good it is, and make sure it works, and then maybe apply that as like a 2.0 Exalted rework for some of the channeling type ones. And they could keep the same cost and everything. It's just it wouldn't get nuked whenever you get nullified like it does right now, where you lose all your combo and all your buffs, and then it also, at least for Slash Dash, it wouldn't make the ability this weird thing to mod, where like you can't really use combo mods on it unless you're drawing it. Yeah, I think this kind of proves the point here. Get a little bit of coffee in me. So this is something to note that I did not expect switching to my new monitor. So I went from, this is going to be a first world problem right here, but I went from a Samsung Neo G8 QLED. So it was basically like the top end QLED that you can get. So not an OLED, a quantum dot LED backlit VA type panel. Which that thing was chunky. That thing was like this thick overall. Like when you take the curve associated with it, because it was a curved, it's a curved 4K QLED display. Now, my new display is a flat, same like 32-ish inch 4K, but it's an OLED. And this thing is thin. It's like the thickest part of it is like that. Well, the downside of switching from being on curved displays from 2016 till today is my monitor looks like it bows convex, like the other direction. So relative to you guys, it looks like it does. It looks like it bends towards this way in my field of view. Like it's still kind of doing it a little bit, but it was a little disorientating. So if you do currently run on a curved display, and you've run on a curved display for a long time, and you switch to a flat display or back to one, it might look weird, but it's okay because it's pretty much already fixed. I think I just had to push it back a little bit so it's a little bit more like squared to my eyes. When it's too close, it kind of looks like the edges are farther away than they're supposed to be. Overall, worth it so far, though. Because I actually ran into... this is also going to be a first world problem. Whenever I'd play on my iPad, which has like a tandem OLED display, I would notice the response times of the pixels when I would switch back to my desktop were better. Even though it was only running at 60 frames per second on a 120 hertz display, it would actually look sort of like I was drunk with the way that the transitions and the pixel response time were. And I immediately noticed that switching to this OLED. It's like, oh, okay, this is actually faster. Like the actual response times of the something I never expected to experience after the old days. For those of us that have been around a while, when monitors, where you were buying monitors based on the response time, like when IPS came out, and you were able to get a lot better like color and response time from those versus the old TNs. It's like that era. So it's you've been thinking of switching to an OLED for a while, and you've had the same monitor for a long time. You've got like an old VA panel. I say old, relatively speaking. It's probably worth it for you. The response time alone was massive for me. I still have to cap my frame rate though, because otherwise it looks choppy. Cap the frame rate. Yeah. Yeah, if I put my Panzer build on this, I could probably do the same thing where I could walk away and not die. Do I stream often? No, I only stream when I don't know. Like I'll stream intermittently here and there. I'm a fairly introverted person, so for me to stream, I have to have a lot of my social meter charged for that to even happen. But it is what it is. Yeah, that would be kind of cool to see if they added a Warframe with an Exalted Greatsword. I think there's room. If they added another Exalted Swordmaster and they didn't fix Excalibur, I'd be pretty mad. That would be that would get pretty aggressive. Like, and I say fix Excalibur, I mean like fix the obvious issues that I was kind of talking about earlier with this kit. Alright, I think I'll extract from this one.
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Oh boy. I get the double range, the one that really messes me up, because my timing is so much based off of range.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
Yeah, I don't know. So this is kind of maybe the weird part about the way I play the game. I don't watch content other than occasional stuff, but I don't really watch streamers. I don't really know what streamers do, to be honest. I never really got into Twitch. That's where I just prefer streaming on YouTube, where I already have people that watch my videos and then might want to have a conversation or watch some gameplay. But I don't really know what they do. I don't really know what other streamers do, to be honest, or what a lot of other content creators, like when my Dante build, I don't know what people run on Dante. I didn't look at anything to figure out, oh, what are people running on Dante? Or when I made my just the video today about doing Liches or doing Requiems, and like why I think you should always put Ul in the second slot.
These foes deserve your
I didn't look at anyone else's content to figure out what they were saying. I don't know. If there's something I don't know, then hopefully someone lets me know. Like something that I'm missing huge. But
Found a target.
I like to
Capture them quickly before they escape.
get pretty detailed in my experimentation to figure out if I've thought of every layer. But I'm obviously human, so then I'll miss things here and there.
The captain has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
But I sort of put it simply, I kind of operate in this vacuum with the way that I interact with the rest of the community.
Subject found. Moderate clone rot. Initiating reclamation.
I think one thing to keep in mind when I'm going through this ship map is that I've spent a lot of time in this tile set, and so my timing and everything is locked in because of that. I say that as I hit a wall. Like the way I do this, I've done this mission so many times because of the way that Liches used to be. And even now, you still have bad luck protection on which ones you can get, but back in the day you didn't. And so if you were trying to get a new core and you were trying to get it to 60%, it was miserable.
The lesson ends.
Yeah, that's kind of one thing I've learned about the way I approach things, and it's one thing. Now, any of you that are watching this that wanted to get into YouTube, I don't know if someone else already does this or not, but what seems to be a hole in the Warframe community in the content creation space is someone that takes builds, like high-end, level cap, top-tier builds, like the kind of the builds that I make, where they're not really geared towards new players, and then breaking them down based on difficulty of acquisition and tiering the progression of those builds. So like if there's someone that already does that, feel free to put it in the comments and I'll look at their stuff. But if a YouTuber that would take like my builds and then say, well, if you're only like, here's the beginning of the build, these are the most important layers, and then take that, and this is when you hit MR10, you can get this, and then you can get to this point in the build, and then until you get to MR whatever, or until you get to this point of progression and have these pieces, you can't get the full build. But being able to break it down in layers so that newer players can see builds and then be able to progress through them. Like I do figure that most of my content is geared towards players that have been playing a long time. It's not towards a lot of newer players. I don't cover, like a comment I already got with my my Requiem mod video is like, I don't explain the process for it, and I'll be honest, I just refer to Kengineer on that kind of stuff. There's a lot better people at explaining the way that a core mechanic works, and like how to do liches from a fundamental and basic point of view. That's where I kind of focus in on more of the advanced stuff. Because I genuinely don't know the progression path at this point in the game. I'm so disconnected from it. Like, MR requirements for things, like how difficult it is to get things. I just don't know, because I've been just playing it so long. Like, I have no idea. Like, I tried to make some really beginner-friendly builds, and then I would look at the requirements for some things, and I'm like, oh, like, this has a trading MR requirement. Like, and then you wouldn't be able to get it efficiently when you're a new player. So then it's like, that kind of was a roadblock in my realization that I am, like, fundamentally disconnected from a beginner player. And it's just the reality of it. Like, take this as an example. This is to the point of that I am in this game. So I have every single arcane fully ranked up. 162 fully ranked up and upgraded. So I have every arcane in the game. And then I even have now every mod in the game, including all of the Conclave ones, except for these two that you can't get yet. These don't count. These are the two. These are the two new Nightwave augments. But the only reason I even did this was so that I could come here during a new patch and see what's new in the game. That's the only reason I did it. And then also I never have to think, well, do I have this mod or not? I just know I have it, and then I can track that. So I'm like, and then also just like, here's another example. The amount of resources I have just playing the game for so long with boosters on, because it's economical for you to always have a booster on once you play enough in the game. Speaking of, I might as well plus these up. Like, the amount of resources I have, when people mention in clan like how much they have of this or that, and I look at mine, I'm like, this guy's been playing a very long time, and I have 10 times the amount of a given resource than him. Like, I don't even know how this happened. I don't even know how I have 43 or 44 million nanospores. I don't even know. So I'm like so far disconnected from the average player that, or even like a beginner, that I don't even know where to start on some of those things. So the builds that I make are all top tier and like supposed to be like, this is like your end goal for playing Excalibur, or in the case of Dante or Cuervo, any of those builds that I make. That's the reality of it. That's just me being realistic. Then, but I think there is a hole in the market for that, for the content creation market, where unless someone's aware of that. Oh, Hero chassis, I broke those down. I actually broke down the Hero chassis to the point where I actually didn't get the title off the rip. I had to actually wait to get the title because I had like 200 or some after breaking them down multiple times. Yeah, with 30k nanospores. See, like, that's probably a realistic amount. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what a realistic amount of nanospores is anymore. When people link them, they're in the, like, they're not in the millions. Let alone tens of millions. It's like, I don't even know. I don't even know anymore, dude. It's what happens when you, like, genuinely have played this game as long as I have. The funny thing, one of the funniest instances of the way I've played this game historically. So the whole like Nikanaza with Daiku, I literally ran that build for like only that build for years. Like it was about 3 years where I only ran that build. And the consequence is the way that I play it. Well, there was at one point where I decided, oh, I'm gonna like build some stuff and get my master rank to 30. And the process of me doing that did not take very long because I had already gotten all the components of stuff. I just never built it. I just never built it or never leveled it. And so I went from like a low MR to like MR 30 very quickly that way. Because I already had all the things, and I already had all of the resources, except for like Argon crystals. I just had to actually build them and then level them. And then eventually I just reached the point where I'm like, I might as well just have everything. Which I almost do. The only thing I have left is Folly to build out of the new patch content. I didn't really care to rush it. And I'm going to subsume her. I'm not going to keep Folly around. I don't need her. I just want to fill out that subsume slot. A realistic amount is 200k. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Playing for 10 years and you have no idea what when a new player asks. I only recently had experience with people wanting to play the game and then me explaining to them, well, like, you need to get through the star chart and helping them get to that point where they can get to like the sacrifice quest and then they can play Excalibur Umbra instead.
Worthy foes. Underestimate them.
But aside from that, it's like when people I can usually generalize if someone asks, well, what's the most important parts of this build? Like, I got a question from a clanmate just I think today, talking about the Fallout influence build and like if a rank 0 or a rank 1 universal Fallout was sufficient. And I don't know, because as soon as my Fallout influence build is as old as Techrod Encore. Like, I think it was the patch day of Techrod Encore where I was testing that build. And I instantly went out and bought from all the people that were doing EDA at the time. Day one, I was buying Universal Fallout rank 0s for like 30 to 35 platinum for me to be able to get rank 5 to be able to test it. And then lo and behold, if you don't remember the patch notes, it didn't work. Universal Fallout did not work with Exalted Blade until like a couple of hot fixes into it. So then I went to go, I did all this stuff in order to get it, and then it didn't work. And so I had to wait a few days. And then that's when, pretty shortly after that, my Universal Fallout build came out, my very first one, way back at the beginning of Techrod Encore. Oh look, I'm not even keeping up my buffs. Yeah, there's a bit more upkeep with this variation, but if it lets me use dual liquor, that's all that matters. I don't even have a companion on. I should probably put my companion back on. Get that double Kuva.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
But Smeed is a lot of fun because the charm buff and the fact that you get Tenacious Bond with it. You get like a one piece, like a one drop in package that gives you crit and crit damage for Radio Javelin. That actually makes it do decent damage. And when I'm running Narman, anyways, if I pop Lethal Levitation, I can give it raw increased damage. I'll put Speed back on. Oh, someone was mentioning only having a MOA. I've actually done a lot of testing with MOAs to the point where I have one fully polarized and set up. This was back in the day before, I think they changed shield gating. I think that was all the way back then, or when they originally changed shield gating, something like that. And I was playing around with Guardian, because then you can get, on MOAs, you can get Guardian and Prime Pack Leader. That was the only reason why I was going with MOAs. But their AI is so bad, and I don't think they fixed it. They don't have the Guardian type mods that, or not the Guardian, but the attack mods that Sentinels have, where they just like death beam whatever is within their range. MOAs are they're kind of dumb. Yeah, this is correct. You know what I'll do actually? We're gonna put on Okina. What's annoying about Okina in this build, if you played Okina in my slash dash type variation builds, when the daggers freeze a target, when they put the cold status on them, you can't knock them down, and so it kind of has anti-synergy with this build. It's not like game ending, but it's not optimal.
Target located. Bring them in.
Yeah, MOA jank melee build. I experimented with that because of like tandem bond and stuff too. Or not tandem bond, because I don't think you can put tandem bond on it. But I've experimented with some of the melee stuff too on that, and it just wasn't worth it. They need to upgrade the UI or update the AI on that thing.
Queens will not be pleased. Clone rot has come too far.
Look at that.
Send word.
Hideous resistance already draining. Yeah, unfortunately, this build would not work that great with a new core. Would not work that great with Spellbind for the simple fact that Spellbind is duration based, and for the healing to be sufficient in this build, especially when you start really scaling it up, you have to have Blind Rage to get that negative efficiency. And so you don't have enough mod slots to do it, to get that extra duration that you kind of want on Spellbind. And then if you have high strength, you might as well just use Hideous Resistance. If you have high strength and you have normal duration, you might as well use Hideous Resistance on it. It's where you kind of get keyholed into something. Yeah, unable to get a second Excal Umbra. That's where I still think, like, out of all of the things that I've thought of as simple, the simplest solution possible would be to just buff base Excalibur, and then that fixes the obtainability issue for everyone. It fixes the base stat issue. It fixes the sentience issue.
These foes deserve your respect.
If you can't have Prime, just make the normal one effectively the same. Because if he doesn't exist, if you can't even mention him on the forums, then he doesn't exist. So then clearly he needs a base stat upgrade to match that of Umbra. Yeah, I've heard that you can have 2 Umbras if you did account merging. If you had sacrifice done on 2 accounts, and then when you're actually doing the merge, not the like account link, but the actual merging process, that you could do that. I wouldn't know because I didn't have a console account. I played on PC since like 2012 exclusively. Alright, this is not being efficient.
Your glory awaits in her fortress.
I keep rolling like I'm using Circumvent. Kind of makes me want to put Circumvent back on. Luckily, I have my build set up that I can very efficiently switch to that. I don't have to change any Archon shards to switch between the core variations of Persistence right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's the difference. The account merging was this like one-time thing that was limited when they did crossplay. And then account linking, like I have my iOS account linked here. So like that's my iOS account. Let's I want to pull out my I want to pull these puppies out. And then all I have to do is just switch from Hideous to Wrathful Advance. My Giga Status version of this. If you're wondering how many versions of... I have 4 different versions of a Sephun Nikanazal. I have this one that I think I brought from Hawk. Because it was like it happened to be up there and I didn't have to build it, and I thought the base stat, like the base attack speed and all that, were pretty good. Like it was a pretty good compromise right here, but it gave more status. So if I was running like Raffle Advance, then I don't have like bottom tier crit chance like I do with this guy, only having 12%, but it has better status chance. So it's like a flip of this guy. So it's like this more crit chance but not trash status, and then this is more status but not trash crit chance, and then you have trash status and top crit chance, and then you have top status and trash crit chance. So I have literally 4 versions, all with different balancing points on crit chance and status, so that I can do it. But like I mentioned in my videos, I prefer to keep around 1.1 to 1.2 attack speed. And I'm gonna put on I want the viral damage from this. Yeah, the two most the things I have by far the most amount of timing perfected is with that dual liquors build, and then also with this Nikonazal. I say that as I run into the wall.
You found a target. Capture them.
It's gonna take me a bit to get used to this again. Oh no, don't shoot me. Oh,
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captain.
don't attack me. That's rude.
Your part is done here.
I totally don't need the energy from you attacking me. What is convenient or nice about this version is it feels like Nariman isn't redundant. With dual liquors, Nariman kind of feels redundant with how easily that thing maintains its own combo from its incarnate evolutions.
Inform the queens we have found their subject.
This game really hates giving me a Kuvagusaw. I already have the other ones. Like, I think I have 2 Bubicos or whatever. The Coda ones. I'm waiting for a version that is high enough for me to valence them, or like do the combination together and get to 60. And I don't really care about Quanta. I just MR fodder leveled it.
You conquer yourself.
Want Umbra stats without full Umbra mods? There is a variation. So, like, I'll show you guys this. So, in my Null Star build, I use Archon Vitality, and you really don't need to. So, you can technically run Null Star if you have him polarized like this, where you have 2 Umbral polarities, which is how I think you should have Umbra polarized anyways, because this gives you the most flexibility. As an example here, if you go to Null Star, well, this isn't set up how I would normally do it. Let me rebuild it. Arcane Avenger. Impetus. Oh. And then that guy. And then Blind Rage, I think. Yeah, I think that's right. So as an example, this build usually has, like if you look at my build guide for it, it's got Archon Vitality. The extra heat from this is nice and all, but it's not necessary. Like, there's an argument that the extra 30% health and the extra 11% strength might be equivalently as powerful as this extra heat status effect. Because remember, Null Star only applies heat. And it doesn't apply, it only applies heat when you recast it, and then it also doesn't do a lot of damage. And you're getting most of the damage, the vast majority of the damage, from when /dash stacks it from being impacted. So that's kind of a thing to keep in mind with it. Like, I can actually, why not? Put Dual Liquor back on. Oh, we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that. Oh, Dreamer's Bond. Let me get rid of that. There we go. As a reminder, if you run this on Umbra, you can run Warrior's Rest and then just run Unaru. And Unaru is probably better. I'm just... Nariman, I'm really hoping Nariman gets fixed at Spectral Blades, because right now it's so buggy. Like, it doesn't do what it's supposed to. It doesn't give you charge, and I'm kind of like hoping they fix it. Yeah, as example, 15.5 thousand Orkin cells. I know most of the time when I hear about Orkin cells is when people have 0 of them. I don't know what a reasonable amount of those things are anymore. So this was a Topaz shield. And then we had 2 energy orbs. And then that. I make build videos as well so that if I do ever need to reference a build that I created, I can watch my own video. And I have done that. I have actually done that. Where I've looked at one of my own videos to figure out, what did I do with that again? Ooh, that's what I need to change too. We need to put on Truth's Flame. Because we no longer have to worry about being murdered by the heat proc. But just as an example, this gives you a little bit more health. And yeah, you lose out on the effect. But you're not, it's not like you're applying heat from like, it's like, think of a Nucor. Like if you had an ability like Nucor and you had this, it would be pretty insane. But Archon Vitality isn't overtly the most powerful thing by a lot, if potentially not the most powerful, versus running double Umbral mods. Because you get that extra 11 strength from having 2 out of the 3 of the set, and then you get a little bit more health, and then you get this resistance, which might be useful. I don't know, but just something to keep in mind. Which that tower resistance should help you in actually the new in the guilty run. I just now realized that. Is everything else correct on this? I think so. Oh, no, I know what I need to change. We're going to use Elevate for this one. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used Skana and Karn. I used to have a lot. It was actually one of my top 3 stat sticks for Slash Dash. But I've sold all of my arcane, or all my like good ribbons that I had for it, so I don't really feel like running it. No, I only have like 1 ribbon that I've been rolling for it, but Skana and Karn, Prisma Skana and Karn used to be one of my staples, which is how it's like my third or 4th most used weapon right now. I didn't start using Prisma Skana until the Incarning came out.
Success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Where's all my energy?
Detecting a large security force heading your way.
Did I put like health orbs instead by accident? I've done that before. Put effectiveness of health orbs instead by accident into Archon shards. There we go.
Soldier, you have been nominated. Your glory awaits in her fortress.
It would help having energy by not going through those. Goodbye. Nope. Yeah, I wonder if I put in the wrong Archon shards here. They have like no energy. Or I'm just so used to having low cost at this point, and I'm spoiled. Low cost and high starting energy. Running the builds I've been running the last couple weeks with persistence. Well, I think the Archon Shard loadouts, as much as I would like that, I think the complexity of it is something that will probably never happen. That seems to me like one of those things that D is going to mess up and then it's just never going to work right. Energy orb, energy orb. Okay, well, what the heck? Do I have... I do have Synth Deconstruct. Okay. My starting energy isn't great, so maybe I shouldn't be using Radio Javelin like crazy. If I get another like 30-some% on my Kuva nuke or on my Kuva Ghoul Sol, then I'm just probably not going to do it.
The art of combat must
I can sit there and stew on it.
to truly master the canvas of
Already got 8 stacks of impetus. Look at that. That's some glorious stuff right there. But kind of as I'm showing, you don't... Like, you'll lose out on 2 heat procs from when you... You'll lose out on 2 heat stacks from Neutron Star whenever you hit him with Neutron Star, and then whenever you slash dash him. Like, you don't... It doesn't double dip, it just adds 1 stack of heat. But I don't know if that is really worth it versus getting that extra starting energy in this case, as well as extra health. A little bit extra health and strength.
I'm detecting a large security force heading your way. It's the mayor.
Remember, the strength of this build is that as you're slash dashing, you're priming targets with blast and potentially heat. And then you stack it, like right here, and it does very, very high damage. Using slash dash is basically an activator for a big ol' proc. I'm so used to running... You know what? We're going to try it. What I was trying before, if you probably saw with the build that I was running, I was running like a persistence variation with Null Star and seeing if that was worth it.
They fought well. Good deaths all.
Well, because Zenaruk's slow. I don't really like Zenaruk that much because I feel like I have to stop, and when you have to stop to do stuff, then you're slowing yourself down. And with a melee, like a melee only build, you kind of have to be ahead of everyone. You can't be stopping and doing stuff. That's where I don't like some of those features, and that's a matter of a preference, really. Like I don't think it's something you have to do or not. It's just a matter of preference for me. Yeah, my energy economy. I'm just so used at this point to running persistence. Oh, and if you're wondering why I don't ever use Scan Incarnate as well, is because I don't actually have... This is actually the story behind why I don't have Scan Prime, and it's because in 2013 it wasn't worth it, and in 2026 it's still not worth it. So you notice Prisma Scan is actually my 3rd most used weapon, melee weapon. I've used it a lot, and it is objectively better than Scan Prime. You can just look at the base stat upgrades and the base damage upgrades from the Incarnate. The Incarnate is what made that happen. Well, the nature of it is, way back in 2013, swords sucked, to put it simply. Like 2013, when I swapped to doing melee only on Excalibur, when I bought the Founders Pack to play melee only Excalibur with full stamina mods and all that nonsense, I looked at the Master Pack. I had another $50 to be able to spend. I was not going to spend $250. Simply was not. Especially for just a pistol. That is still not worth it in today's world. Like it might be better than the Lado Vandal, but it seems like it's hit or miss depending on what evolutions you pick. But back in the day, there wasn't trading. This is before I knew trading was there. So the extra like 2,000 platinum or so for $50 wasn't really something that made sense. And I figure, well, I'm buying this so that I can get Excalibur, so I don't have to go down to base Excalibur. I can just go to the Prime version, because at that point I was already in the Void. I was already getting Prime sets. I think I already had Frost Prime built, or at least I had all of his components and then just hadn't built him yet. So I was already at that point in the game where it didn't make sense for me to go to a normal version of Excalibur. I needed platinum. I had some money to be able to spend on the game. And it was fun. I was enjoying it, so that's why I did it. And if you're wondering, I feel like someone said at some point a statistic that said the most purchased pack was the master pack, which makes sense because I just remember, like, you just look at the platinum. You can even find the platinum values now. The platinum made sense to spend $100 and get that much platinum at that time. When I looked at my Steam purchase history, I had bought two $10 packs of platinum, which were like 170 platinum before that. But I didn't know that there was a founder's pack at that time. It was only when I was looking into base stamina and found super jump and found Excalibur having the best base stamina that I was like, okay, well, how do you get, like, oh, there's a Excalibur Prime. Oh, it's this founder's pack. Okay, sure, I'll just buy that. And oh, look, you get a lot of platinum for it. That's why I bought it. Literally the reason I bought it. Skana Prime is not worth it, to put it simply. That's real. Even if you had Skana Prime, you shouldn't use it, which is why I'm glad I don't have it, because let's be honest here. If you were a founder and you had Leto Prime, there's a sunken cost fallacy behind you going and wanting to play dual Toxicus. Like, you spent, remember, it's not about just having it, it's about how much you spent on it too. Someone that's got Leto Prime spent $250 to get that. That's a lot. I don't think, I'm being honest here, I don't think if you could buy the Founders Pack nowadays, and it was permanently obtainable, and you could buy it for the exact price that you could get it now, I don't think they would actually sell that many Leto Primes, because it just doesn't make sense. Like, sure, you get a lot of platinum from it, but would people really do that? Would I do that? I wouldn't do it. Like, would I upgrade my pack? I don't think I would. Like, Skana Prime's not as good. The only thing that I might... Ooh, look at that. We got it. Cool stuff. Like, I don't think I would upgrade my pack. I don't think it'd be worth it. It'd be like MR fodder. The only time where I would probably upgrade it is if something like what happened with LR6, the previous patch happened. And it's like, well, if I spend another $50, I can get to LR6. I would probably do it then. But $250? No.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Very good.
Yeah, Prisma Skana is objectively better. If you add it up, it's like, oh, please don't tell me I memorize these. If you add it up, it's like 220 base damage versus 170. And then the only advantage that Skana Prime has is that it has a higher base crit damage, but I don't think that compensates sufficiently for the lower base damage. So the base crit damage being higher isn't enough to compensate for, like, the reduction in base damage. And that also has to do with, if you're playing Excalibur, you're getting Furious Javelin and you're scaling stuff like that. Kuvig Ugg. Okay. That's an interesting name. Let's see. Let's see if I got screwed again. 45. Let me do some math. I might be able to get the 60 with this guy. Oh, here, I'm going to look at the rest of them. Does he have anything cool? No, he doesn't. For those that didn't see, you do, in fact, get this different. It sometimes disappears. I don't know. I might be able to... And this is the other pro tip. Don't combine until you can actually hit 60. Because if you get a 45% like I did, then you might be able to do it rather than being at like 40-some% and then getting a 40-some%. Did I really get... Oh, no, I'm dumb. I didn't click on them. All right, time to do some math. See if I can get to 60 with this guy. So 45 times 1.1 times 1.1 times 1.1. 59.895. I think that's 60. So we're gonna do that. It's like 10%, I think, right? It increases it, so it would, when I valence in the 45% from this guy, When I combine in the 45%, it takes it'll take this guy from 31 to 45 times 1.1 to 49.5. I don't know if it rounds up or not. If it rounds up, it's definitely going to go to 60. It's been so long since I've had to do these because I farmed those out a long time ago. For reference, my equipment. The only thing I don't have fully mastered is Foley yet because she's in the oven. All right. Yep. See ya. Thanks for coming. Yeah, but see, half the fun is the journey. And so I get more of a journey than you because I didn't get 60%. I didn't get 60%. That's the cope there. Let me see. I actually have to, let's not forget this. All right. So every single time I do this, the last one I did where I uploaded the hour of gameplay and I guessed one of I basically first murmur, second stab did it. I thought, well, I haven't had Zada in a while. And so that's literally the way I made that choice. It's like, okay, so how long has it been since I've used a Voam? I haven't used a Voam very long. And I think it's going to be a third. And then, let's see, did I do a Netra recently? I'm thinking Riss. We'll do Riss. This is how you do it. And this is how you get lucky. You know what we're going to do? Because this will be interesting. This is the variation I played around with. So combat discipline, you're largely using health to survive here. Do I have healing out of here? I do. I definitely don't like doing public while I'm in Earth. Actually, you know what? We're going to do it. We'll get more content that way. Omar Rui, or whatever it's called, Charm from Kome. I think it's worth running over Hideous if you run Circumvent. I think the Circumvent combo is actually really nice. That was what I ran in that hard mode. I found that quite a lot of fun. Oh, the only downside to Charm is it's really good at preventing you from taking damage, and so you can run into energy economy issues. It's kind of similar to the other variation that I was just using with Molt Reconstruct, where it's too good sometimes. It's too good at keeping you alive. But it seems like it's got a little bit better quality of life than running Hideous with Molt Reconstruct. Little Prime your most used and Stug second. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine you probably run into the same issue, and you could argue there's an issue with Excalibur here too. Like, I don't want to run Umbra because I have Prime, Like, why would I run Umbra when I have Prime? But then I've played enough of him to get a good opinion, I think, of his limitations. Like, in my usage of him, I've used him quite a lot. But I have, like, I wish I could just set up Umbra like I have Prime, but I think I run into the same problem where you probably use Ladle Prime more than you want to because you kind of feel like you have to use it. Kind of like, I feel like I have to use Prime over Umbra. The only time where I'll switch to him is when I don't want to be, sometimes I don't want to be bothered, and I'll switch my glyph and kind of like hop on Umbra just to hide from people and be normal and not run in, especially when I'm running into like lower end stuff like this. You're going to run into players that have never seen Prime before, and then it's distracting for them. Like, cool, they see it, but like they're probably just as equally distracted by it. I want to run this more. No, I don't think DE will ever fix Umbra's passive, to be honest. I think they do a way too good job at just avoiding the issue because they have all these systems in place to help them avoid it, like destroying forum threads that are discussing it. And I don't know if that comes from the top and goes down, or if you just have a bunch of really aggressive moderators who just, anytime they see anything about Excalibur, as soon as someone mentions Excalibur Prime, they're like, well, there's the delete button. They're just sitting there waiting for it. Like, I think they've got way too much infrastructure set up to actually fix the issue. But that's where I'm trying to progressively become more and more aggressive about how to fix this. I can't, to the extent where I would go to TennoCon if I could this year, but I can't. Things are way too busy, to put it simply, with my job. I say that as I'm here on I work shift work, so I am off today in a few more days. But, to put it simply, I don't have really that capability this year. So I was really hoping that we would get something other than Mesa, or Mesa, whatever you want to call her. But that's not the case. And so I was really hoping we'd see an Excalibur. That they're not doing Excalibur Heirloom, then start pushing again. Which is where I already got a warning on the forums for spamming. And apparently the criteria for spamming is you make a thread about it, the topic, once every 2 patches, like months between them. That's apparently spamming. Some really low bar for spamming, apparently. Oh, hey, it's been 3 patches and this issue still isn't fixed. Oh, you're spamming. Let's just say I'm not the only founder that has a lot of disagreement with this, and there's probably, hopefully there's a cascade. Like, the more the community pushes, the more cascade builds and builds to the point where DE actually has to do something about it. I don't use social media or like Twitter or anything, so then feel free to be vocal on those and try to get people's attention, because I'm just not that type of person. I don't go on social media. YouTube's my only social media, technically. Also, having to use unofficial outlets in order to report problems is not good business, to put it simply. So if I can't use the forums and I can't use support tickets, which still has not been answered for over 2 months now, since January 11th is when I made that support ticket covering this issue. Not like about buffing stuff, but about moderation on the forums. If those two channels aren't getting answered, and then I go to the Discord and their contact a mod section is full, like they have this mod mail DM to contact staff, and it says the server has reached a maximum amount of active tickets. So then clearly no one's doing it. So they just don't have very good support. And it's the only, actually this ticket issue is the only time I've ever had to contact support playing this game for as long as I have. It's the first time I've ever had to make a ticket about an issue. And I have a lot of bug reports on the forums from things that I find. You see the videos for them if you've seen my bug reports. Every bug report has a forum thread mentioning that problem. Some of them fixed. So they're either paying attention or it's coincidence. I don't have design council chat because I didn't give DE another $50, and that's a master thing. That's a master grandmaster thing. I don't have the council chat or the design council chat. That was another one of those things where like this isn't worth another $50. Back when I made the choice to not upgrade to a master pack. Yeah, no, it's like the hunter pack was kind of the weird one out of all of them. Like obviously the discipline pack is kind of weird because they only really now got like a meaningful reward with the title. Like out of the $20 that people spent back to get the discipline pack, the platinum and then the title that they got are now like the two most valuable things of that pack. But the hunter one was this real sweet spot for value with the platinum and the frame, like actually getting Excalibur Prime. That's why I got it. Simple economics there on that. Is that nice seeing radio javelin one-shot these enemies? 26k. Doing non-steel path content where you can actually do lethal damage to these enemies with radio javelin. I did show a video where I did successfully do ETA and EDA with this variation running combat discipline, but I don't think combat discipline would survive going high, like super high up. That's where you'd kind of need brief respite for that. You won't run into issues taking damage when you're going that high up. But in this content where like your enemies are dying before you can get melee combat or they can even get a shot on you, that's where discipline's merit, or not discipline's merit, wow. Discipline's combat or combat discipline, whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about, the aura. The aura I'm actively using. Let me top off my coffee while we do this.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
This hurts so much. Oh, who dat? It actually is a lot of fun just killing them with Nullstar.
Engagement aborted. Self-extracting.
Oh, there's mine. Do they even have the first? No, I don't. Okay, that's fine. I don't care enough. I'm not trying to speed run this one. This is the last one I'll have to do, so I don't really care to do it fast.
To get out of here.
Do a stab before I even get my first murmur again. I don't care. I actually kind of want to take one all the way to the Kuva stronghold and see what the scaling's like on damage. Well, look at that. I was right. I was right. Was that actually what I tried? No, Vohm was in the last slot. So I almost guessed correctly. I'm going to laugh if it's right, Riss again. But, like, here's a good example. I actually guessed the correct one off the start. I just didn't test it. I didn't test Vohm in the second slot. But I did, in fact, guess it. The probability, when you think of the probability of you doing that, it's actually not that bad. There's only, like, 9 of them or something. If you do the math on that, you know, you have a double-digit percentage of guessing 1 out of the 2 correctly, and then when you factor in both of them, the probability of you guessing 1 out of the 2 correctly is not, you know, probably what, like a 20%, maybe close to 25% chance. I don't know. Someone can do the math on that. Someone that knows statistics a little bit better than me. Hello, hello.
To distract the enemy while a fellow Tenno operative
I have my last
much-needed supplies.
Kuva Ghoul Saw.
Presence known.
I'll have to do, this will be my 4th Kuva Ghoul Saw one.
They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
This is how easy. I'm just using Nullstar. I am, in fact, sitting on a yoga ball.
Ready for a capsule.
Yeah, I find them... I have one at work. I sit on one when I'm at home. I don't... chairs in my lower back don't really mesh well together. And I've pretty much eliminated my lower back problems by using yoga balls instead. Maybe when I roll it out, like here, let's see. Yoga ball.
Support capsule to the area.
It's at 55 centimeters or so. It's based on your height, on which size that you should get. But it has to do with a certain amount of compression on it. You still want your legs to be parallel, but that's just how I do. Like I said, I pretty much fixed my lower back problems that are probably just based on my physiology. Like, I've got short legs, I've got a long torso. Deadlifts have helped, training deadlifts and stuff, but I have to be very careful when I do them. Like, I don't push them. I only do them like once, maybe once a week or every 2 weeks. I'll do them. If I do them any more frequently than that, I'm very likely to run into problems. But my lower back even used to hurt when I was young when I would run, and that's not the case anymore. I'll tell you that. Fix that. I used to be an endurance athlete, so I used to run a lot.
Perhaps you deserve it. We both do.
Yeah, for me, I have to... Like, I put more... With my short legs, I put more torque on my back or more strain on my lower back, doing them even properly. Even when I get, like, a full... Like, when I get a proper squat into it, I'll put strain on my back. But, like, I record them and make sure I'm doing them because I work out at home. Got a garage gym that I have set up. I don't know, you can kind of see a little bit of what I have down here because this is kind of my whole... This whole lower downstairs is my office, and I'll do, like, handstands and stuff on that dip bar. I primarily do dips out in the garage where I've got plates and a belt that I can do them weighted. Hi, kitty.
That's a bypass. It will suspend security measures for our operative and hasten their work. Bypass online. Our lone Tenno operative is working faster than ever.
Bad for your heart? I could see that. Depending on how you... Like, where you put tension in your core and with your shoulders and everything like that. For me, this is just mostly because I can roll. I'm not like constant. I'm pretty fidgety. I'm a pretty high energy type person. But I do try to mitigate the amount that I'm sitting there bouncing at work or something. But especially when there's important people around. But I have had like VPs walk in and I'm doing weird stuff in my yoga ball at work. It's funny. At my work, apparently, they had gotten rid of people being able to use yoga balls, but I haven't gotten yelled at about it, but they probably... I kind of figure there's a lot of people that, if they bring in yoga balls at work, they're probably not in the best shape, and then it's very easy to... It's very easy to mess up a yoga ball, but, like, I'm not... I work out quite a lot. I've been working out regularly for, like, 6+ years. So my core is your core. I will tell you, if you start sitting on a yoga ball, you'll feel it in your upper spinal erectors, like your upper mid back, because that is doing a lot of stabilization. And when I first sat on it, it was pretty. I wouldn't say rough, but I could tell, like having that like good mind muscle connection after training for so long. You could feel it. Like, you could feel it stimulating it. And I don't feel it anymore. That was, like, the first couple of weeks that I was doing it. Oh, is Kitty in frame? Let's see, is Kitty in frame? Kitty. Say hi. I hope you heard that. I hope you heard that. She's got a cute little meow. She's a good kitty. My IRL Kavat. She's a great kitty. I have to say ouch when she scratches on the yoga ball, because she will scratch on the yoga ball. There are some cuts in this that worry me every time she's puts her paws on it, because she trims her own claws. My kitty has the right to bear claws in my household. I will not declaw her or trim her claws to the point of uselessness. She does a good job, and she's trained to scratch on the right things because she gets rewarded when she does. But I think she understands what the word ouch is, because my upper thighs are full of cuts from, or not full of cuts, but little puncture wounds here and there from her sitting on my lap. She was a stray when I got her from the shelter. So she grew up on the streets, and I don't think she really had to learn claws. She's fluffy too, so she probably had to always have her claws out. And she's small. So I don't blame her for having her claws out and having poor claw inhibition. They're just flesh wounds. She doesn't go outside, so she's not like gonna get infected or something like that in her claws, so I'm not worried about that. I have a strong immune system, to put it simply. A one-tricking melee influence. Shock. I've actually, I'll be honest with you, I've never used Shock Trooper. I've never used it. I don't really like it as the concept, so I don't use it. Like, relying on an ability to proc it, I think just modding it for electric and using it that way, or using Follow Influence is better, but that's just my opinion. I think there's more useful subsumes. But I don't blame anyone who wants to play Excalibur and doesn't want to play it like how I'm doing now, and just wants to play Exalted Blade. And I think out of all the people I've asked, most people, when they want to play Excalibur, they're playing Excalibur to play Exalted Blade, and that's entirely realistic. I think the Null Star build kind of gives you a little bit something different. Like this build I'm running, this build-ish that I'm running right now, where you're using Null Star, Radio Javelin, and Slash Dash, and not really Exalted Blade. It's like using the rest of his kit versus just Exalted Blade. But just Exalted Blade is very good. Like, you know what? Do I even have Roar? Or, I don't even have... We're gonna switch. We're gonna do it. As you might be able to tell, I love switching around builds. Let's see, Follow Influence. Oh wait. We're just gonna delete this one. And this is just gonna be Excalibur. I've been messing with this so much. When you change the order, I like to keep the order of what I'm using at the beginning. If I do Steel Path Circuit, I don't want to have to like break everything in order to make it work. And I think my Archon shards are almost correct. I need to switch 2 of them. I think I do 1 strength. And then 1 crit damage. And then fill on spawn. For Fallout Influence, it's a massive quality of life. This is something I actually just put a comment on my most recent version of that build. Influence. So like this version, I need to find a thing. Oh. You might wonder why Voracious Metastasis is on here. I was playing around with that. I was seeing if it was worth it. And this is interesting, but it's not worth it. I think Kome's heal is a lot better. This is way too micromanagey for it to work. So we're gonna fix that. So this is an interesting thing I'm going to show. I mean, you get the actual Warcry. Yeah, I've never tried Shock Trooper. I've never found it worth it. I know Smite and all of those don't work, like Thermal Sunder. If Thermal Sunder and Thermal Transfer worked on Exalted Blade, dear lord, that would be the only option, because you're talking like 600 or 700 elemental damage with something that has that high a base. Yeah, like I said, I've never even tried using this because I've never really found it worth. Like, I've never tested it. I never found it worth using on Excalibur with the way I play him. That's just my opinion, though. Chromatic Blade. And... oh, dang it. I put it on the wrong one. Oh, well. I meant to get rid of... oh. Well, I got rid of something. Oh, this is the one I was testing. Oh, well. That'll be fine. Fallout. I change these things around all the time. This is why I need more than one version of Excalibur that isn't compromising. Not only for that everyone else can not run into issues, but so that I can not run into issues as well. Solves everyone's issues with Excalibur. And remember, I put a starting energy. So then we're going to have low cap, like low starting capacity, but that's not going to matter because I have one of those starting shards. Like to get your stuff flowing, like to get your universal orbs flowing, that's kind of where that comes in. And I'm going to run Vazarin on this, which means I need to run Cloud. So we'll see. Like, this is one of those scenarios where it's very easy for you to not have enough energy because you don't get enough fallout. You don't get enough radiation stacks and everything to trigger fallout. Like, the enemy density is low, and then the enemies are too squishy. So that's where my fallout influence build is actually precisely tuned towards like a particular range of strength and a particular range of damage output. So that's where, but it's tuned to be able to scale up the level cap. So it looks like it's good right here so far. There's another variation of this that if you wanted to run, but I don't think is as good, where you run two Umbral mods. And so you, instead of running Blessing, you run like Concentration or something. And then you get less health overall, but it's static and non-conditional. And then you're really just snapshotting that extra strength or that extra duration into something, into like Warcry, because that's really the only where the duration is most impactful is in Warcry. But it's been a bit since I've actually used just Exalted Blade. Oh, someone wants to find out. Let's see if I guessed right. Oh, yep, guessed the second slot right. And nope. So this is where I have to figure out, once I get my second Murmur here, which I'll get soon.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
This is not too bad. You know, it's kind of annoying, though, is that if I like that last run I did, if I would have just put Bohm in the second slot instead of the third slot, I would have been a whole extra stab farther than where I'm at right now. That's all I would have had to do. All I would have had to guess. But, like I said, I'm not worried about leveling them up. When you don't stab them, remember you don't get all that extra progress. Like you get a ton of progress on your murmur when you stab them. So I just don't think it's worth waiting to stab. I really only started seeing people do that when crossplay happened, and that seemed to be what everyone did on consoles. And if it works for you, then go for it. But I would highly recommend just full sending it. Don't even wait. Just keep going. It'll be fine. This guy's using a Nikanazaw. What's he called? Murasama. I should put Ghoul Saw on this build just for the memes. Even though I'm using Exalted Blade, I should just throw Ghoul Saw on here. And look at that, 1600 Kuva. That's so much Kuva. Yeah. It's more fun that way too. Like, you basically hold the mission hostage when you don't stab them, and like you don't get Kuva, and then other like the people with you don't get Kuva. Yeah. Jau. Oh, I haven't had Jau in a while. I should have thought of that. Wow, I'm so bad. So this is a great example where you have to make a choice. And it's a 50-50 whether you get it right. Do you chest it in the first slot or the third slot? Now, if I get it correct in the third slot, I get a bunch of Kuva. If I test it in the first slot and it's wrong, I don't get a bunch of Kuva. I like Kuva. So I'm going to test it in the third slot. And I'm probably going to regret it. But I would rather get the Kuva from here, and then fail, and then have to do it again. Than lose out on the Kuva. Like the choice there. So I'm going to try something different on this. There's a variation. I'm wondering if duplicate with 25% is the normal Ghoul Saw 25%? No, okay. 120 minus 25 divided by 0.25, 380. So if I have okay. So if instead of using Blood Rush, I use Gladiator Might. And then instead of electric, I'll give it more blast damage. So we're blasting. We're blasting with this thing. And my resulting critical chance, 220, will be 107.5%. And then on heavy attacks, that's another, what, 27.5? 135%? I think that's pretty good. That's a pretty good bench right there. So you just get rid of Blood Rush, and then that gets you to the crit tier where you can actually maybe use duplicate. And then I'm not using anything that's going to force my crit chance higher. And that extra attack speed will actually feel kind of good. And it looks cool with the heat on it. That's important. Did I change my things? I think I did. I've done this before. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I rolled that. I rolled that a long time ago, but way before the Ghoul Saw was Kuva Ghoul Saw was announced, and I've been playing with it.
Tenno operative is raiding this ship for supplies. You are here to distract the enemy. Trigger the alarm.
We're gonna play with it for a little bit. We got some energy headroom here.
Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Oh boy, I fell down the hole. Let's Let's turn off companion numbers. It feels really good with the extra attack speed from Warcry. But I should definitely not be doing this too long, because I don't get enough energy without using Exalted Blade. Oh, that was cool. I pulled out Exalted Blade while it was still in its heavy attack animation. That was cool.
Ready for a capsule.
And people say influence isn't overpowered. Ugh. Influence isn't overpowered until you play Excalibur with chromatic influence once, and you're like, okay. Especially after the attenuation nerfs. Before the attenuation nerfs, it would hit this wall on a lot of content, and then after the attenuation nerfs, it's like, okay, this is literally unlimited anywhere. It'll just nuke everything. Just way too much piercing damage. I should put the, No, I shouldn't put Truth's Flame on this one. Maybe I should. Because the heavy attacks are kind of dumb. I feel like I remember doing that. Because then you at least get the Truth thing. But you're probably going to be getting that heat quite a lot. That heat stack. Maybe not. Maybe not worth it. The Truth's Flame is really hit or miss for me because there's not a lot of things that actually reliably kill with heavy attacks to trigger it without... Like, that scale. Let's scale all the way up. Oh, thank you. I gotta do something interesting with my face, because I ain't got no hair to style. That's kind of the rule of shaving your head. If you shave your head, at least do something interesting with your face. But the one thing, I guess, little bit of lore for y'all. So the profile picture I've been using, that I use on my YouTube, I've used that since 2011 or 12. Well before I could grow an actual mustache. So this is... I've always liked that mustache cat photo, and I sort of embodied it as I grew up, as I became an adult. Mostly when I was getting out of the military and I could. This poor guy. He's just trying to hang on with Kome, and I'm just over here nuking the entire map with Exalted Blade. I ran this build. There was a long time I was running Influence like this because... Like this Fallout Influence because I was running Steel Path Circuit, getting the last of those Conclave mods. And I kind of burned myself out doing that. Just using nothing but that because it's so much better than everything else. That was... After I made that, the Steel Path face-off video was pretty much the last time I used Exalted Blade like this. Been doing other builds since.
When you need it, extraction is ready.
So, not from Circuit. If I said Circuit, I meant Steel Path face-off. I'm a... What was I in? I was an Eevee Nuke. That's what I was. The nuclear reactor in the Navy. Nuclear reactor operator in the Navy. That was fun. Got to see some really cool stuff. Got to do some really cool stuff. Got to learn a lot of very useful things that were a lot better than going to college, which I entirely had that option, and I chose not to, and I'm glad I did in the long run. But I have this iPad for a reason, because I'm finishing that, to put it simply, so that I can fill a box. Yeah, radiation feeling. Yep. Hey, I actually got, I've actually gotten more ionizing radiation exposure in my current job than I got in my last job, and that's because I've gone on several flights, several like cross-country flights for work trips. To put it simply, without going into way too much detail, but there was a bunch of traveling I did, and the ionizing radiation from being 30,000, 35,000 feet up was more than I received the entire time I was in. Mostly because I wasn't a mechanic, so I wasn't actually having to go into high radiation areas. I never had to go into a high radiation area, actually, as a reactor operator. I monitored high radiation areas, and I also stood a control area watch for high radiation areas, but I never had to go into them. So that was convenient. I got out with only like 5.5 millirem of exposure measured on my thermoluminescent detector, TLD. So that's the little fun fact for you. You actually get a lot more flying than what you can get depending on where in the nuclear field you work. Also, the plants that are on the ships are so highly controlled, and like contamination sources and stuff are limited pretty heavily. Like you're not walking around with high radiation spots in normal walking areas. Those are all, like if there was a problem where there was one, then they get rid of it and they'll decontaminate it. Royal Electric and Mechanical Engineering or Intel, but the Army wants Intel roles. Yeah, if you do Intel, I feel like Intel would, that mostly, if you got out, that would mostly translate to what, like private sector work for intelligence agencies, like contracting and stuff. Is that kind of where it is? Because like, not to say that you should pick your field out of what would translate when you get out, but you want to have that as an option if you don't plan on staying in 20. I planned in, like, when I was, no matter what, I was going to the military. It was either the Army with an ROTC scholarship that I declined and enlisted instead, or it was going into the nuclear program. And I was planning to stay 20, but then just the way things worked, I ended up just doing my 6 years and getting out. Obviously, because I'm quite young. But the nature of that is, the irony is, my brother's still active duty, and no one thought he was going to go in, and he's already signed his contract to get to 20 and retire after that. The way things change. But I'm actually very happy where I'm at right now. I'm doing some really interesting stuff, some really important, interesting stuff, and my previous experience in both IT and in the nuclear program is actually perfect for the job I'm in right now, and it's a lot of fun. I'm doing some really cool stuff. Yeah, I got out of the IT field. I did IT work for 7 years or so, like 5.5 years of managing networks, and then like 2 years of, when I first got out, I was working at Geek Squad, actually. Some plans that changed. Something when I first got out to jump right into. And that was fun, but I wouldn't really, that's IT work, but it's not like managing networks and actually building and doing network engineering and all that crazy stuff. That, why is this guy not taking any damage? There we go. Yeah, see, this is the... You guys don't see it, but every single one of these missions, I get a comment about Excalibur Prime. It is what it is. I know I'm understanding to the fact that most people genuinely haven't ever seen him. But it's more common in these missions. So this is where sometimes I'll actually just switch and play Umbra just to keep people from getting distracted. This guy progened with Excalibur. Yeah, I like doing cool stuff, and enlisting into that program instead of being an officer in the army was a lot more interesting to me. Like, I got to see the nuclear officers and some of those specialty fields, like nuclear Navy officers, do some of the coolest stuff in the military, but everyone else, like, the really crappy part about even the ROTC program is that you could go for school for chemical engineering or some sort of engineering field, and then you don't even get into the Civil Corps of Engineers. So then you spend all this time learning how to be an engineer, and then you don't actually get to be an engineer in the Army. Just because of the way that they grade things. Like, you got put lower points because you got a lower GPA than the guy who studied, like, physics. And so the guy that got a higher grade in physics gets ranked higher than you for going into an actual engineering program, just because of the way their scoring system works. So then he gets to be in the Civil Corps of Engineers, and you don't. So that's where, yeah. I think doing cool stuff is going to be far more enjoyable, even if it doesn't have as good prospects getting out or anything like that. It's just, I would want to make sure you actually enjoy doing it. When you enjoy doing work when you're 18 to 24 or whatever, you're probably more likely to enjoy work after that, to sort of train you to enjoy what you're doing and not look at work as a chore. Not everyone has that luxury, though. I'd say.
I'm detecting a large security force heading your way. It's the Grenier.
This guy said he forgot to equip his Requiem mods. Oh, don't do that. That's rude. Oh, they're waiting for me. Oh no, look at me being all slow and stuff. Let's see. Oh, hi. There you go. I see your question now. If your blue shard is armor, you might not want to swap it. Because if you're running one of my, like, older persistence builds, you want to hit that 1400 armor. If you don't have status immunity, you want to have that 1400 armor. But I've geared a lot of my newer builds more towards having like status immunity or some other mechanism to help alleviate that problem, like running arcane circumvent or running hideous resistance or spellbind, like some of those. Because when you really push towards level cap, having status immunity from magnetic is huge, like just in general. Like this build, as an example, this Fallout Influence build, one of the biggest limits when you push at the level cap is actually just magnetic. You get magnetic procs so often that you just run out of energy, and that's literally why this has a Violet Shard. You might think, isn't a Violet Shard kind of redundant when you have Universal Fallout? I'll tell you, no, it's not, because you will run out of energy when you push level cap with this build if you don't have that Violet Shard in there. Like, you don't have the Equilibrium Shard, the Orb Conversion one. That's unfortunately the reality of pushing level cap like that. But this is at least doing its job, I think, at giving me energy. These enemies aren't too... This is kind of the lowest tier. Like, you think about doing liches is kind of on that bottom tier of difficulty content-wise. So if, like, a beginning lich, if I can get enough energy from this, then I think it's good. It's like, you don't really need to go lower than liches if you're looking at the kind of builds that I make. Oh, speaking of. Alright, let's see. Look at that, 1,000 Kuva. I love it. Let's see. Let's see if I got it right. Nope. Of course. Of course.
Security measures have locked the coolant cells in place. Destroy them. The reactor is going
Well, I'm glad I got the 2,000 Kuva.
complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure
I don't think I have any of the ultimatums or whatever, because otherwise I can just switch those and then ultimatum it. It's not like I'm going to do any more liches anytime soon.
this will trigger a meltdown.
This is another reason why Exalted Blade is the best melee weapon in the game. Right there. Exactly what I just did.
Blast door has blocked
Let's-
the evacuation route. Find a way to
Let's do this real quick for this guy. Yeah, if you... I'm trying to remember with that, because I think you... 450 armor, 882. Yeah, I think you still need Unaru in order to hit 1400, because you have to hit 1400. If you want to see what your armor is at, if you go into... Like, if you want to see right now and not looking at the arsenal... But if you go to the mission select and then look at your build from there, it'll show you Unaru's extra 200 armor. If you're just looking at the arsenal, like your like from the pad or whatever you want to call it, it doesn't show Unaru's extra 200 armor. But if you're running one of those variations where you're not getting status immunity, like you're not running hideous resistance, and you're running like some other subsume, like some offensive subsume, then you probably want to do that. Yeah, gas riven. I've got a couple of blast rivens for Siam. I spent a while rolling Siam rivens to try to get a very particular one.
excellent work, Tenno.
And I didn't actually get it. I got close. I got very close. I'm all prepared for the new Incarnans, by the way. If you want to see a blast riven, I'll show you my Destreza riven. That's what it's called? Destreza? Think so. Let me switch this before I forget. So I guessed wrong. And I'm still only going to get I'm still going to only have 4 stabs. So I guessed wrong. I guessed the 3rd slot because I wanted the Kuva, and I was wrong instead of guessing the 1st slot. If I would have guessed the 1st slot, I would have got it. Oh, I'll show you my Destreza ribbon. I'm kind of banking on something interesting here. Oh, so here's my Siam ribbons. So I have attack, cold, heat, but it's minus crit damage, which sucks. That made me feel really sad. And then I have just a cold heat here. Let me make sure you guys can see this. And then I have a cold heat and minus combo duration. So I have a blast ribbon for it, and I haven't really found too much use for it, but. And then my Destreza is perfect blast or viral heat ribbon. So if you put toxin, the prime toxin in front of this, it'll turn it into viral heat, and that would be also really good. But that plus melee damage is perfect for it. I really like having melee damage on Rivens because of the way it scales. It's one of the best scaling stats in the game for Rivens, on melee that is. Elements and melee damage scale really well with Furious Javelin, and that's why I prefer that. Oh, do I have a... Like I was saying, so if you wanted to see Unaru's... if you want to see, like, Unaru's stats, it's like you have to go from here. Let me see if I can show you that. I think I have Unaru here. No. It's like 882. And then if I go Unaru, see how you can actually see Unaru's armor if you do it from navigation. If you check it from navigation like this. Little fun fact for you. Yeah, so this is another variation that I'll show real quick. So instead of blessing, we're going to put vitality. And we reduce our duration, but you could also, I guess, use blessing, but if you use concentration, you technically traded a mod slot for an arcane. The other thing you could do is, instead of using primed flow, you could technically do that. There's some flippy floppery that you can use. I'm trying to remember if you get enough armor to get your health up with that. Like doing this sort of thing. There's a lot of really fun stuff you can do with War Cry. Like if you want to do battery. And then your max energy gets so close. Oh, actually, no. You'll be fine because War Cry. And then you can actually get your max energy high enough. But you lose out on duration. That's the downside with that. Yeah. The persistence builds are so interesting. I'm trying to get an Exalted... I actually am trying to fit Exalted Blade into one of these persistence builds. I'm having a hard time doing it. I could probably experiment a little bit with that today. I really want to use Fallout in the build. Let me see. Persistence. But see, this is where things get pretty cramped, where I think I usually would have to sacrifice Furious Javelin in order to make it work, which is okay. Like in this variation, this is one thing I wanted to try, actually. So persistence, and then I'm going to need healing, because I don't want to put on Exalted Blade, because it just doesn't do enough. So we're going to do Reconstruct. And I almost want to switch Warcry if we're not going to be using Radio Javelin or Furious Javelin. I don't even want it at my bar. Because I really like using Hunter Adrenaline. I feel like this and Persistence just comboed way too well to not use it. Let's actually go back to the... Remember, Nourish. Nourish, very good when you... Actually, not Nourish. Replenish. I think it's that one. No. I am dumb. Repair. It's Repair. This one. Because when you have 2,000 health, or about 2,000 health, this heals about 500 health per second, or per void mode, which is easy to proc and spam. So a little pro tip for you there, bud. Combo influence. Yeah, I think I have this exactly set up for this build, too. for this variation, combo influence. So we're going to molt reconstruct heal with this. This is where blind rage is maybe the sacrificial lamb. But what am I missing? I'm missing extra energy, which we will need. The problem with not using flow on Excalibur is the Archon shards don't have the value relative to a single mod slot. So primed flow is usually almost required in most builds for that very reason. And then this is where you run into this catch-22. So do you use Furious Javelin or Blind Rage? This is where you have to make a trade. But the problem here, if we use Furious Javelin, we don't have any extra duration or any extra range. So that's where I think most of the time you're better off using Blind Rage, and the fact that we're using Molt Reconstruct, you basically need it. So this is a no Furious Javelin variation that I'm gonna play around with here. And I probably should swap Warcry off of that and swap Radio Blind into it, but technically Radio Javelin is still useful for healing. It's still probably one of the best for healing in this case because it's the highest cost, and it's going to give us more than 600. It's going to give us 600 some health for casting it. 700 health, 708, 713 approximately. Let me see how good my mental math is. 697.5. So I was getting there. I was close enough. And we've got Smita. And then I need to go change all my shards again. You'd think at this rate, with how much I do this, that I'd run out of Archon shards. Or that I run out of materials. But somehow that has not happened. Oh, like, this is going to be painful to watch. I'm fully aware that people run out of Stella all the time. And I simply don't need it, because I get I have tons of Archon shards available. Health. I should really just keep this, because I feel like Persistence is a lot of fun. And I should probably just stick to Persistence variations than changing things back to some of my old variations all the time. Oh, technically, Warcry is a spammable ability here. The 40-second max duration feels tight sometimes, but it's usually fine. The only downside here is we don't get 1400 armor. That's the major downside here. So if we calculate out the armor, 1.38 times 315 plus 882, almost there. So if actually this is gonna feel a little painful, but probably just need to do it. Let me calculate this out. This is one of those really tight builds. Let me see. What was it? 1.38 times. Well, there's another way to get this. I'll think about that here in a second. $1394.7. So this is where 25% increase armor. Well, what's the scaling on Warcry? So you can test this real fast by just doing that. So 150, probably 151. No, 1.5, 315 plus 882. That's still not enough. Oh, so that's where things get fun. So I'd have to get a little bit more strength in order to make this work. In order to get my armor, like to my armor threshold. The way you could do it as well, there's a really simple way around this, is to use like Unaru. Use Unaru, and you've got the armor that you need. But probably the easiest way is to just go back to steel charge. What's my starting energy? 135. Ooh, this is the other problem. You run into a pretty hard limit there between these. Yeah, no, it's not going to work. This is the kind of problem that you run into. I basically would have to sacrifice Eternal War in order to make this work. We're talking a Warcry variation right here. I'm going to go back. I was trying Elemental Ward. We're going to do... because this one was actually kind of fun. Yeah, the problem with not running Archon, or not running Primed Flow, is when you run Blind Rage on it, that it gets so tight, especially like you think, and you can only cast Slash Dash like 10 times before you run into problems. And casting Slash Dash 10 times is a pretty common thing for me. Like that buffer that you have. And there's really no moderate solution to that. Like battery is kind of one that you can run, but I don't think it's worth it. So this is where this is going to be an interesting one. So what I'm going to do is I need to get Chromatic Blade on it. And then I have one mod slot. So I don't really need duration as much. So I think I just need range. And I'd rather have stretch. So this is some bare minimum type damage output stuff, like 2800 damage. I don't think I need 2 gladiator mods here. This is where doing some math on this is like, well, what's better? Gladiator might or just increasing your base damage? Usually the way I calculate it is, like you notice here, 94.7. At least with Blood Rush, or where is it? See, this is what I don't have on here. Great example. I don't have Weeping Wounds on this. So then this electric isn't going to go any higher right now. So then I either need to add Weeping Wounds instead or add the 60/60 mod. Because you want it to be 100%. If it's pure electric, it at least has to be 100%. So like, there you go. That's a great example. But you think Galvanized Elementalist can do that as well. So maybe it really doesn't matter. Galvanized Elementalist will get this to 100%. Thinking about it. The crit chance for this gets to 220, 440, and 5. So it gets to 130%. And then you add another 16.5 for the heavy attack, so 147. That's not bad. We're going to try it. Double check things. Arcane Circumvent. We're going to rely on this heavily. Obviously, this wouldn't work for the Guilty run. I think I tried doing something like this once on the Guilty run, and it was miserable. So this is not worth it. Yeah, flow. I wish there was something in between flow and battery for increasing. Like, I don't see how 75 max energy is balanced. Like, just from the Archon Shard. Like 75 is mediocre, to put it simply. Like it probably needs to be 150. If they were 150 per, then I think it would be useful. Because you could throw like 1 or 2 of those max energy shards. Usually you get like buffer for 2, like where you can throw in 2 and be just fine. But I think 1 is not enough. So we can actually use the ghoul saw here for a little bit. And see how this is doing. I'm just kind of doing some basic stuff here to look at some numbers. This is using duplicate. This is one-shotting these guys, but they're obviously not very tanky. Let's see. That's the core, the really core thing about Prime Flow is usually when you are questioning whether or not you need Prime Flow, it's because you're trying to free up a mod slot. But the process of freeing up a mod slot usually asks other questions like, well, am I doing this so I can keep Furious Javelin in the build? And then Furious Javelin's very costly. And the thing that usually comes down to a trade is, well, I could fit Blind Rage in this build if I get rid of Prime Flow. But then when you're using that with Furious Javelin and everything, then your costs are so high that you don't have room for it. And then I think with Persistence, with the fact that you kind of need to have some additional health, more than just the 1,000 that Excalibur gets, you're making a trade on like core survivability at that point. So it's this weird balance. And it just I think the only limitation is the fact that you can't just give them like 1 max energy shard and call it a day. Like 300 doesn't get them enough, especially if you're using Furious Javelin, even without using like Blind Rage. Kind of forgot to use Exalted Blade here. Kind of having too much fun with this. It's like the kind of nonsense balancing some of these builds, especially with Persistence, and how many, like, you have to make so many compromises to make Persistence work on Excalibur. If it doesn't give you a lot of headroom, and that's just unfortunately how it seems to be. And I would rather on Persistence, I think Persistence, the thing that is on the chopping block for me most of the time to make a lot of these builds work is Blind Rage. And it allows the builds to scale a lot better at the low end too. Like in these kind of missions, because when you run Blind Rage on a Persistence with like Hunter Adrenaline, you're going to run out of energy pretty often. So it's like Primed Flow with all of those variables associated with it. You run into this where you either run out of energy, or in my case, you're like beating against the max energy. I'd rather sit there and beat against the max energy than be running out. I usually tune the builds for that too, or like I'd rather be full on energy than be running out constantly. And usually it's one or the other. Like rarely have I ever found a build where it's like perfectly balanced. It's just sitting there riding at the very top, like, or halfway to top. Usually it's either absolutely beating into the maximum like it is now, or it's like riding short the entire time. Yeah, so flow just feels nice. That's where they probably do need to make another round of Archon shards, and then they need to add like there's some things that I figure that they should add. like maybe a combined one that gives you
Now available.
actually like similar to the way the crit damage one works, but with max energy. So like a conditional max energy, whether that's based on some other factor or something, sort of like what they do with the max energy for crit damage. They can figure out something there. So then you're having to hit like these breakpoints in order to be able to get like double the max energy there, and then you can get 150 per shard or like 200 per shard, because then you can go with one of those and then be fine. But that's kind of the catch-22 of this build, is that if I were to get max energy shards, the next thing I would fit is like extra duration, and then this build kind of doesn't need extra duration. At least I don't think so. What would make this simpler, though, if I wanted to, and this is this is entirely something you can do. So instead of running stretch here, you don't need the effect on this. It's a nice recovery if you're not taking damage and you don't have Exalted Blade drawn, but you could always put Blind Rage there. And then you could also get rid of Furious Javelin and just do crazy amounts of strength. There's probably a breakpoint on this heal multiplier. I haven't figured out precisely what that is, but you think if this heal multiplier should scale with the damage you're taking, so then you should get healed proportionally based on the enemy damage that you're taking. If it's doing more healing than damage taken, as long as... Actually, I might be able to think of the breakpoint here. So if the internal cooldown is 3 seconds and there's a 50% chance for it to block, you would at least want more than 3 seconds of healing, so you would want it to heal 1,500 healing on hit. So you would theoretically want 3 times the healing multiplier for this ability, so that it full heals you when you take more than 3 seconds of damage with persistence. That's probably the right answer there. So you might want to get this to 300, or like your strength to 300%, because this is just a 1-to-1 scale with your strength. Something to think about. Yeah. Something to think about. I'm going to switch to this one. Luckily, I don't have to change anything about this, other than the weapons and the build that I'm using. Oh, and I gotta change that. Eventually, I'll get this Lich. Eventually, he'll show up. I'm just kind of playing. It always ignores persistence damage cap. Oh, okay. Did not know that. It's good to know. So that probably does work at the 170 then. Well, it's like that must be the same logic that applies to Hunter Adrenaline, because Hunter Adrenaline ignores the cap. Like, I know that. So Hunter Adrenaline will give you armor, or wow, it'll give you energy based on whatever you took, not what it capped it to.
Life support on the way.
Good night. Thanks for coming.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
So you think I should try more of that that charm build variation? I think that the only annoyance with that particular variation is if I'm using Exalted Blade. Why am I picking up? If I'm using Exalted Blade, I'm probably not rolling through enemies. That's the only downside. Because I'm probably killing enemies from outside of range, but you think that's a self-correcting issue. If an enemy survives to the point where they're doing damage to me, then I probably, if they do survive, then I'll be able to roll through them. But if they're all dead and they don't even get within melee range of me, especially slash dashing, then it's probably not an issue. So I think a little bit of logic applied there, that might be fine. So I'll try it out. I'm not as worried about having electric only like I was before, because electric only is a pretty massive limitation with your ability to handle a lot of damage attenuation targets that might in fact be resistant to electric or might become quickly resistant to electric. But with the damage attenuation changes, it hasn't really been an issue for me with influence or electric only influence.
Life support on the way.
All right, let's get our combo back. The way to get your combo back when you have Naraman like this, use your Vexoric or whatever it's called. Just proc your double, like your slam, so that you can get the double combo from that.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Heroes never die. Yeah, at some point I gotta try some more Void Cascades. I've got the mod boosters, and I was gonna do one last night, but then I ended up doing the Steel Path Circuit instead, which I'm glad I did, because that was a lot of fun. Try my Dante build in that. I was originally going to play Excalibur in it, and then I stopped and thought about it, and I was like, it would be a lot more interesting to try my, like, no compromise Bright Bonnet Dante build, because it's like, that has everything built into the kit. It's not, doesn't need decrease, doesn't need a companion, it just got everything built into it, and that was pretty obvious, I think, in the video, if you happen to watch that. It's dumb. It's such a dumb build. Dante's overpowered, to put it simply. Whenever I play him, it's like, reminds you of all of the holes in the kit that you're having to fill with like mods and everything to make Excalibur work or whoever work. Dante just has everything. When you have to like fight, I had Zada at one point. Oh dang it, I think so. Oh well, we're gonna put on this charm. We're gonna give her a shot. And we're gonna get the Ghoul Saw back out. and I was thinking about this. The reason why you'd want to run Weeping Wounds here is that if you wanted the heavy attacks to proc influence reliably, but I don't think that's worth it here. That's a questionable one. Whether you want more damage, or want more crit damage, or want more status chance for the heavy attacks. Maybe if Truth's Flame was better, it would be worth it. You know what? There's only one way to find out. It's to F around. So we're actually getting Weeping Wounds on here so that we get enough status chance for the heavy attack waves to actually proc influence reliably. Because at full ramp, they'll be at 99%. But it's 99% with IPS conversion for electric. So then you would basically have to do this. So 99 with only divided by... So it's 46.9% chance for electric to proc on the heavy attack. Because Chromatic Blade doesn't apply to the heavy attack waves. The IPS conversion, nor the status chance. But there's only one way to find out, and that is to F around. This is, if it doesn't work well in one of these missions, it's not going to work well in Steel Path. That's, I think, a good benchmark there. If I can't get kills with this Exalted Blade in these missions, I'm not going to get it in Steel Path, where it is definitely not worth doing that. I'm playing just the tip with death constantly. Do I not have... Okay, I do. Oh, see there, I didn't get a kill. But I also like to... Yep. Like I said, you guys don't see the chat because I block it so that, you know, nothing spicy comes across, but... Every single one of these, like, Lich missions I do, I'll usually get a comment about Excalibur Prime. And like I said, it is what it is. You know, it's the reality of being in the position I'm in. So Arcane Circumvent might be the only thing that prevents that heat proc from being a problem. But I'm wondering, and I forget to look at this, I don't think it procs Hunter Adrenaline. I don't think it does. Let's find out. No, it does not. I thought I was aggro. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Alright, we're gonna get our... Wait, why am I not getting Truth's Flame Affinity? Notice how I'm not getting any affinity on Truth's Flame? I don't think I ever tested that to see if you even get the affinity and actually the proc on an exalted weapon. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. I don't think the heavy attacks, the waves, are really that useful on Exalted Blade because without running melee afflictions. I think afflictions makes them actually useful, but otherwise, because the waves don't scale off combo and they don't receive chromatic blade, they're pretty bad. The benefit of running Tennokai is actually the direct melee hit. It's not the resulting status proc from it or the anything like that. I think I just go back to the Gladiator. I think that's the move there. Because like I said, I still have having a 94.7 non-conditional, but then all you need is like a couple of kills. Like 15 or 1, what is this? 5.3 divided by 0.15, so only 2 stacks. You only need 2 stacks for you to get above 100% on this. So as long as you kill an enemy once every 40 seconds, like 2 enemies every 40 seconds, you'll be fine. I feel like if you're not doing that, you don't need the extra status chance.
I claim this territory in the name of yours truly.
You know, I feel like I should have already gotten my Lich. It's really hiding away from me. It's been a while. Another person who looks just like me. Oh, okay. Give me that overguard. The only problem with getting overguard and this low of enemy level is you're going to run out of energy at some point. Oh, finally. Let's see. Can I armor strip Liches? I didn't actually try that. It's giving me 1,000 armor for it, so it doesn't like fully strip him, but it definitely strips him enough. Enough armor for you to keep your armor up, which is all that really matters. There you go. Give me that 1,200. Oh, I got a wool from it. Oh, wow. What's with these 2 different waypoints? Usually they're not this far away. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna wait. Looks like top men are on it right now. Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Now is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. Salve inserted.
Give me that Kuba.
This will trigger a meltdown. Destroy the fuel injectors. A blast door has blocked your evacuation route. Find a way to open it.
Death is my lover, little meat. She has held me.
Yeah, the trick. This would be the optimal way, I would say, of running. If you're gonna run this kind of really simple, low strength influence build, is just have a melee weapon equipped with you that is able to handle stupid high single target damage. Like potentially like a Muon Zal or something with contagion, like a heavy attack Zal sort of thing, so that when you need a lot of damage, then you can do that. That would be kind of a recommendation there. I don't know if Ghoul Saw is enough to do that. Well, we're gonna find out. Once I get this guy to 60%, and start using him, especially in this build, since I can kind of just slot it into this build without any real downsides. I've been just doing my confrontation solo, because... yeah. I get a little annoyed with having to do all 4 confrontations and then people being kind of slow at it. So I just usually solo the confrontation.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Shadow.
You're getting warmer.
Ghoul Saw is definitely a vibe.
Been waiting so long.
Linear gathering plus support. Too big to take down, but you can get in. Find whoever is in charge of that thing and take them out. They have launched fighters.
So usually what I'll do, I'll make sure I leave at least one of these gunships until I clear out all of the fodder, because I've had it happen. It hasn't happened in a while, but you kill all of the cruise ships and then you're left with like just a handful, like 1 or 2 of the fighters, and they don't spawn. So I don't know if that's still the case or not, but I still act like it does.
Scratch one cruise ship. Enemy fighter support has been halved.
So whenever I played Arcwing, or whenever I played Railjack, I was the border of the group. So I got used to doing this kind of stuff and just flying around killing stuff with my Arcwing and doing boarding. So I don't really like doing the piloting or the gunship or the side guns. It's just how I do it. Looks like they overspawned the,
Enemy morale has broken. Fighters
looks like they overspawned them now, which is nice. No, there's 2 cruise ships, never mind. And the forward gun. I have a... most annoying thing I've ever experienced in Railjack was I'm firing off the forward gun, and then my AI crew member turns the ship as I'm doing it and gets me out of line of sight of the Railjack, or of the cruise ship that I'm trying to blow up with the artillery. So I just don't even bother. I'll let them fly around and do their thing. They're probably being useful. Actually, I want to grab this.
cruise ship has gone bye-bye.
So far, Amisha seems to solve the major issues that I was having with running. Yeah, with running the thing before. So that's nice. With running Arcwing, Amisha seems to solve that with its 3rd and 4th ability and the fact that it can heal itself. It just kind of has everything you need in order to, I would say, pretty much prevent the issues that you would run into with Arcwing. Invest in my crewmate stats. Yeah, I kind of like min-maxed them at some point and gave them all the good guns, and I got the legendary ones from the one guy in Fortuna. I did the whole thing a long time ago. Brings back to playing with rocket launchers and PSO2. I don't know what PSO2 is, to be honest. I have like the shotgun forward gun on this guy. See, am I gonna get a convergence orb spawn out here? I want one. Don't move the ship. What are you doing? As soon as I enter, it's gonna convergence orb spawn. Oh no. There we go. This is the most fun way. Oh my goodness, game. This is the most fun way to kill your Lich. Stand by.
That's my inevitable score, meat sack.
Rip some armor from him first, and then it's like killing your acolytes. Right. And it doesn't one-shot him, but look at that status proc on him. Well, howdy there. You can see what I'm doing. I got my last Ghoul Saw Lich. Needed to do 4. Vanquish. D. Vanquish. Don't mess that up.
You win some, you lose some.
So then you can come to here, by the way, and then just hit your Omni.
Galleon captain down. Support down. Sector clear.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Mission dossier. Requesting new orders.
I was going to bring my little purebred cadet on board. Ship's cat. Good luck. But then I thought, what if there's a breach and he gets sucked out? I'm sure Tinker will take fine care of him until he
Yeah, I could just run what I was going to run before, like Blast Electric, Influence on it, but I feel like running something like Duplicate is just a lot more interesting. I'll go to Simulacrum, though, with the 60% and see how it does. Let's see if I have to buy weapon slots or not. I don't think I will. I think I have a lot of excessive weapon slots. Aha. Okay, now I just gotta not mess this up. Upgrade. Valence Fusion. Now I gotta select the 44.8. And this doesn't really matter, but... And I'm on the correct one. Views. And then I gotta go in here again and... Ooh. Valence override. Hopefully this doesn't get to 59%, because I'll be kind of mad if it does. And then this doesn't really matter at this point. It's gonna up it. Anyways. And then this one should get me there. Pretty sure this one should get me there. I think it rounds up. I remember. Yes. Yay, we did it. 60%. 2,000 damage. I'm finding out. I actually want to spend a lot of time doing it because the stat upgrade gives you a little bit more flexibility for stuff. Like notice I'm running duplicate here because instead of running Blood Rush, I can run Gladiator, get the crit damage, and then it gets you in like the optimal spot between two Gladiator mods for the attack speed and then the extra crit damage. It gets you in this really nice sweet spot. And I'm running full blast on it because I've got this stupid blast riven that I rolled a long time ago that's stat-wise, it's not that great, but when you look at it, it's like, well, what's better in this slot? Like Organ Shatter, and I'd rather have the extra elemental damage on Excalibur. So we'll do a little summon. I'm glad I can help with Clervo. Yeah, I haven't actually hopped on Clervo since they fixed persistence, but he didn't really have that many issues with like persistence bugging out, because in the situations where he would run into an issue were like super high level stuff because of how much health he has. Clervo just a lot better built than Excalibur for persistence. I'm gonna get our combo all the way up. That does things. I figure Blast would stack pretty insanely when you do that heavy attack. I don't think these are powerful enough to... We're gonna spawn a full set of Babos. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, I ran out of my buff. I only have base duration right now. This is with pretty low strength, so... That's nice and all, but if you do something like this, you're gonna see the metric of comparison. With these enemies all like scaling quadratically with influence, it's kind of dumb. Like look at that, and that's with 177% strength. That's your point of comparison. And obviously, with them all grouped up like that in this tight of a space, it's going to do that. But I'd say Ghoul Saw. Ghoul Saw with duplicate set up like this, probably pretty good. And then this Riven is kind of The only thing you would, well, the thing you would have to put in this spot of the Riven is cold to get your blast, or heat. You would have to do that. So really, this mod is like slightly less damage, elemental damage, but yeah, like 4%, 5% less elemental damage, but then you get 38% crit damage. Pretty worthless with the low disposition. Like, it's like this trade right here, between 90% damage and this. That's what you're trading for a Riven. That's like probably the best for this build, and yet that's all you get out of it. Probably not worth it. Okay. I think that's good on there. The only downside, and this is kind of the catch-22, for you to proc circumvent, you're probably getting in range to where you're getting nullified, you're getting magnetic and all that stuff, and then Exalted Blade's getting decasted. So I don't really think these synergize very well together, circumvent and Exalted Blade. But if you get Overguard, that's not a problem. Because if you get Overguard, you don't have to worry about that. But if you're getting Overguard, if you're getting within melee range of an enemy with Overguard, you're probably having a bad time. Let's see, is there a... There is one of those up. Let's actually go into 1999. No. Those enemies aren't tanky enough. We're just gonna do the Lua higher level. I'm still really tight from the psychotic workout I did yesterday, where I worked out for an hour, like full body, cleans, deadlifts, what the, tons of weighted pull-ups, dips, everything, and then I ran 9 miles after that. So my legs are a little tight. Here, let's snapshot in. The idea here, though, too, is you slash dash to a target, and you can roll through them. So then you're not necessarily killing them from a distance, and you're able to get your armor and your overguard and stuff. I don't know, I imagine most people would be interested in a persistence influence variation. I feel like that's a good assumption, and it's so hard to fit in the build without making so many compromises. That's where circumvent might be the solution. Like, circumvent gives you more defensive, it gives you the armor, so it makes up for a lot of those limitations, and then running charm for extra tankiness and survivability, it just might be the best option there. You wouldn't want to run Naraman for this, though. That's the thing to keep in mind. You'd probably want to run like Unaru. Get you a little bit extra armor, and then you get your knockdown immunity on Umbra, because you're probably running this on Umbra, but you don't have to. You would be reliant on circumvent to get your buff, and that's a little spooky. I don't know if that's worth it. But I feel like a Exalted Blade variation of persistence is something that I've been lacking, and I've been trying to figure out how to fit everything together, and this might be the answer. Like, you don't really need the duration. The only thing you need the duration for is Furious Javelin, and I think Furious Javelin's still worth the scaling that it gives you versus just getting more strength. Like, your Subsume really doesn't benefit from the strength, and you don't need the extra status chance, because you're already 100% on electric. So you're guaranteed every single attack to get an electric proc. That's kind of the only real important thing. Obviously, you get more damage as well, but if the enemy's able to be armor stripped entirely, and then you're able to scale multiplicatively your damage, and it scales quadratically with grouping, like it does with influence, then you probably don't need that extra damage anyways. And you're going to get it when you get into a fissure and you're pushing level cap, because you're going to snapshot into your Exalted Blade a higher strength value. Like your double strength. So it's, might not need it. The Circumvent really might be the answer to some of those limitations. Offensive and defensive, to reiterate. This attack speed feels pretty decent too.
That bypass will hasten recovery. I see clearly now, Tenno. Keep fighting. Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack. They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. The longer you hold out, the deeper I can search. But if you need to leave, extraction is ready. Right signatures, but outside the corrupted. They are draining your life support, and fast. Eliminate them quickly.
What are you doing? You just died as a ghost. Didn't even hit him. I could see though, if you didn't want to run Furious Javelin in this build, running just Blind Rage instead. It does scale it up, but that feels like one of those compromises that when you make it, you have to switch between it depending on content, because you're gonna run into energy economy issues running Blind Rage in this build, especially if you have a lot of armor uptime and all that. You're just not gonna take enough damage in that lower end content. That's where probably just sacrificing the strength is probably the better compromise there. But you could run, you know, I don't even have to run Nairman on this build. I could run Madurai and I could get more strength that way if I really wanted to. If I really cared enough. Hell, I could even run Zenaruk. And get the extra strength snapshotted from that thing's ability. I think I'll just extract here. I think I proved my point with this. Or ran what I wanted to test. I think this build's probably a good example of where not running primed flow is a good example. Because if you don't run primed flow in this build, then you have a small enough energy economy to run into some limitations, but then the one mod that you would put in place of primed flow in this would be Blind Rage. So then you're taking your energy economy and making it doubly worse. So you're removing a bunch of max energy and then you're adding a bunch of cost. Like the next thing that this build would want would be either duration or Blind Rage. And maybe duration would work better here than flow. That's also a possibility. So instead of running Prime Flow, just to give it more duration, because then you're casting less, but then you don't really care about it for this guy. I don't know. I think it's too tight. I think it's too tight with slash dash, even at 25 cost and 75 cost. Like you when you have Exalta Blade out, you don't want to drain all your energy in that process. There would also be the argument where you could sacrifice a shard in order to get it. I don't think that's worth it. I don't think so. It's where those trades are coming in. And a lot of it just has to do with having like basically 2 mod slots to work with. And I think removing stretch scales Furious Javelin so well, and then also just if you're accustomed to it like I am, then slash dash just feels bad when you don't run the extra range. This would be your next chopping block if you had a choice there. You could do this. Technically, you could do that. That's where things get pretty costly. Like, you don't even have enough energy to start the mission out. That's how tight that gets. If you didn't run that, yeah, and everything else is just not worth it. Value-wise. Like, you could energy conversion, but keep in mind that slash dash damage scales snapshotted, so then you're consuming stacks every single time you slash dash, or you're consuming this every time you slash dash. That's not worth it. This is where this trade becomes a problem. Like, even just this isn't worth the sacrifice, in my opinion. There's something in between this that wasn't in Arcane. Or if there was health, that was worth sacrificing. Because even if I put on, like, casting speed here, it wouldn't be worth the trade. Yeah. Yeah, this is where these compromises come in. The fact that you kind of need to run persistence and circumvent, you don't get a lot of flexibility. And then you need triple umbral. And then this is the best way to get energy in this build by a mile. If you sacrifice this, then you sacrifice stretch as well. But then what do you really get out of that? You get more strength. Yeah. Okay. I think that's enough theory crafting there. I think this is in a good spot, though. Panzer's going to do its job, as usual. What other content can I scale this with? I know what I can scale this with. Let me see, what emoji is that? A sad face emoji? I don't know. Are you sad? Sad face can't fit things in there. And there's other ways that you could, you know, like technically you could get rid of the triple umbral and sacrifice it with other things. But then you think when you start removing, even if you remove one of the umbral mods, you'd have to compensate for the armor, and then you would lose out on strength and you'd lose out on health. And so it's like, if you're running persistence, you basically need that combo to make it worth it. Like, I don't think there's a single variation that is worth, like, when you look at it in totality, that makes it worth it. So we're going to test this. Yeah, it should be fine. I'm really not worried about it.
peripheral surge.
I don't think the Legacites have armor.
Statistically significant,
I don't think there's any
although
way I
can
can
spot a
strip
few
them.
things.
Get your equipment ready. The cat and I will deal with the Legacite.
I was wondering what that was. It was my my bicicleta. See, here's an issue. I'm not gonna take any damage because these enemies won't attack me. Come on. And now I'm out of energy. Just kidding. Easy problem to solve when you're taking this much damage. Oh, here's an issue. Look at my health. Charm not doing its job. I got a little close. Where'd the orb go? Did it despawn? At least it seems like they fixed a lot of the issues with orbs, with the convergence orbs, because there were a lot. There were a lot of issues with those where like they didn't spawn if one person didn't grab them and all that stuff. That was pretty annoying. That was pretty hard to tolerate. What's this guy doing? Oh, there's an orb. I'm gonna grab it. If it exists. Wow, I don't care anymore. Yeah, this is getting spooky. Alright. We're giving him the ghoul saw. Yes. I can just do that though. That's at least convenient. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my Sephun Nikana does some pretty ridiculous amount of damage to those things. Same thing with my dual liquor setup. Or even just heavy attack spam with slash dash does pretty well. These things have some hella armor for them to only take 9 damage from that. Pick it up. Oh, I already have one. Look at me. Trying to stay up quite late tonight, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be conscious the whole time. My Overguard is sticking fairly well in this. Just not taking that much damage, it seems. I say that, and he immediately clears it out. Like, at this rate, I might as well just do this. Still me doing most of the damage, or majority, or almost majority of the damage.
Basically devouring the tech bots young here. Can you blame it for wanting to change history?
Alright, we're gonna Tara and strike this next one. It's gonna be fun. Give me that Overguard, yeah. See, if you can't one-shot it with Slash Dash, then you can roll through it and get its Overguard. And if you need the Overguard, it's gonna survive that Slash Dash. I think that's kind of the nature of it. If you Slash Dash an enemy and it strips all of its Overguard immediately, that enemy you probably don't need Overguard against it. So when you get to these level like 500, they have plenty to be able to survive that hit. But you can always just, if you see it and roll up to it, I didn't get it there, but that is an effective strategy you can do. Oh, I was going to say, who's stripping armor by the Inaros? So usually the major limitation with Exalted Blade in a setup like this, especially low strength, is you don't get enough single target damage. And that's where, ideally, if you can armor strip and shield strip with Circumvent, then that would help mitigate that problem. So helping pick up the slack that Exalted Blade in this configuration leaves. Well, he better get revived, because I'm going. Alright, buddy. You stay right there. We're gonna pull out the big sword. So that did damage. I think that's how you could describe that. It did some damage. I think I'd rather have the Onaru Slam. One of the good ones. I was about to hop an operator to heal him, but didn't do it in time. Since I'm running the thing that heals all Warframes, not just me. I'm gonna pull out the ghoul saw here. We're gonna do the running gun. there you go. I'll tickle him to death. He only gets max 4 blasts. That's probably part of the limitation here. Oh, is he gonna get away? Oh, this is doing more damage based on the percentages. Oh, I get revived. Yeah, without reliable armor there, I'm having to... This is where I should just sit back and make sure I don't get hit by anything that's going to one-shot me and not have my armor up.
When you took out that Legasite, you wouldn't believe the data spike I saw. Do I know what it means? No. But we're not done yet.
It means something's pushing back against what we're trying to do here. Next target, Kaya. Go!
I was doing something at the end there to do majority damage. It's a decent metric to use to see what's going on with some of those attenuated targets. If everyone's attacking them and your percentage is going up, then you're probably... It's probably a good sense that you're doing more damage than your team.
What's the plan, Kaya? Security detail?
It's just a hunch, but Nessie saw an instance of this concert before she disappeared. You keep the show going, and I'll watch the chronometer for any fluctuations that might be related to her.
What was he down? What did he... What is happening? Where... Oh. Never mind. That was weird. Going down in extraction. Oh, he died. And Temple's almost dying. Actually don't need overguard right now because I'm not going to have enough energy if I have this much overguard. Speaking of, I wonder if this Inneros isn't running persistence. I think that'd be the only way that they would be dying. Where even is the enemy? Is this guy over here? Give me that armor. is this? Like I finally have energy. And Temple's almost dead. This is not going to be probably a successful run here. I have 6 waves of this. Gives me an opportunity to switch the build. Every Honoria, no, I don't have. There's a bunch that I never didn't bother buying the Kuva one and the Steel Essence one because I had more useful things to buy with those resources right now. Actually, I didn't cap Kuva this week because didn't have enough Kuva. I finally ran out of Steel Essence when it comes to like the backlog that I had gathered up for weeks. Oh, this guy survived. Yeah, revived. Give me that overguard.
Missy saw this show?
Yeah, but she got to see it when the Rippers were still alive.
See if I can kill this guy with that. Okay, that works. Poor Temple, though. I don't have Bazrin to heal him, either. Well, there's a lot of stuff that isn't worth collecting in this game. I guess I can put simply. I don't think there's a lot of stuff like I'm not gonna do all the accolade glyphs and stuff, and then getting the titles for doing all of those. I don't really care to do them. Like I got the ones I like doing the hard mode bosses on Excalibur. I don't like doing them on a bunch of random warframes just to get something I'll never use. Kind of like the same with the titles. Like I bought the ones that made sense, that like I had tons of the resource, so then I didn't have to worry. Like it wasn't a compromise for me to buy a lot of the other ones. Like I wasn't sacrificing something useful elsewhere, like Steel Essence or Kuva. Like those titles I'll probably never buy. It's just not worth. I don't know which of these enemies. I'm such a brain dead Excalibur main. I attack everything in sight, which includes all of these on-call crews and all of that. I attack them all the time. That's why I don't play. One of the reasons why I don't play Necros, even if I felt like it, because I would sit there and attack my own. Even with how long I've played Necros, I would sit there and attack my own shadows all the time. No matter what I colored them, if I made them black, if I made them like white or gold or whatever, it didn't matter. I would attack them. I see movement and I attack it like a shark. Everything is a vague looking seal to me. Alright, we're just gonna... Yeah, I feel like they definitely fixed Tarn Strikes. I've tried so many things. The only thing that I know is still bugged is Spectral Blades. Narman's Spectral Blades does not give you charge it says it gives you charge, it doesn't give you charge. Once that happens, it's probably going to be the default option for me on melee builds, because being able to give that to everyone too, that's not just you that gets that, it gives it to everyone in your affinity range. It gives you the Spectral Blade. So then if they get melee kills with that buff on them, then they get Taran Strike Charge. So then you could be... It would be the most useful focus school for the type of gameplay that I play. For your team and for you. Because then I could get it probably every 30 seconds. And then once they fix that, there's a whole host of things that I'm waiting to test. Like with the stealth one, the stealth... or the stealth arcane from your Taran Strike, I'm waiting to test that. And then that can give me a bunch of different things that I could do. There's so much. So much just waiting on that.
I need the hive mind all worked out.
Hey, Minerva.
Oh boy.
Remember when I'd get you all worked up?
Someone else want to revive him?
Just try and
I'm a little
focus.
busy. I don't really have to try too hard to have these enemies die. I'm not... This is, like I said, the problem... The suffering from success of defensiveness, where I have all this overguard, so I'm not taking any damage. And so I don't have enough energy to do more damage. Really is like a suffering from success. On really high-end content, you get that overguard, you would soak a hit with it, and then you'd have Kome's thing, and you'd soak a hit with it. So there'd be a lot of little options there. I think I'm supposed to deliver this. I don't really care to do those. I don't need the... I don't really need the arcanes from it, obviously. You saw my arcanes earlier.
Hold on. This is the last mission, I swear.
I do really prefer having the extra duration on Fierce Javelin. The 16 seconds is a little tight. My timing for it is usually off because of that. Like how often I cast it. It just feels more comfortable that way. Like I don't have to remind myself when I have the 25-second duration. I have to remind myself when I only have the 16-second.
My god, I love you guys.
Our pleasure, kid.
Yeah, I think Taran Strikes where they're at now are at least in a good spot. Like the orb spawning and all that's consistent and functional. Is this guy like... Oh. We gotta make sure we don't die in the process of this guy running to extraction with us. Ring around the rosy. So at least that was successful. I will say having Ghoul Saw as an option really wasn't worth it though. I'll be finding a niche for Ghoul Saw, even if that involves not using my Riven. I don't think the Rivens are really worth it on these weapons because it's just Like, I could, instead of this, I could run just Toxin and then probably get more out of it just running Toxin than running Blast. You think, like, I'm missing a lot of elemental damage not running the Prime Toxin mod. Like, look at that. I think the heavy attack. I've maybe even thought about this all wrong on the Ghoul Saw. Like, instead of running it like this, just run a heavy attack build. That might actually be better. Let's try it. Use the neutral and then break it. It's got good base status chance, but we just need the damage. That's all we really care about there. I think I'm going to just run sacrificial set here. Oh. Apparently not. Oh, I can do this. There you go. Just run a... I think gas. Gas might not be the... No. Let's try gas. I don't think gas has really good scaling to it, though. That's the downside. We're going to find out. I haven't really tried the Ghoul Saw with a heavy attack build, so we're going to find out. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So what we're going to do then, I'm going to clear these. Okay, okay, I think Ghoul Saw might actually be a heavy attack weapon, because here's a great example of what's going on here. So if you have an overguarded enemy, you hit it a bunch of times before you strip the overguard. So maybe even doing this. No, I think you want the gas. I think you want the gas. Because you can see what was just happening there. Maybe this is where... Let me try this instead. Just in case. No, no. Wrong one. Just in case. Yeah, no. We're going to keep that. Like how much damage I lose from that. That's so mean. I didn't even get a status proc there. You need a blast proc before it. That wasn't bad. Yeah, no, I think gas. I think gas is actually the answer there. I'm gonna try toxin though, just in case. I could run gas, cold, magnetic. I don't really have a free mod slot though. I want the status chance from this. This is like our only source of status chance right here. Let's see how hard toxin hits. Yeah, I feel like gas is probably just the answer there. Because you get the AoE from it too. We'll be able to see here. Yeah. The only downside being like, well, this is also the thing to consider. If you're attacking an enemy and you're using afflictions to proc extra status, then you don't need to have an infinitely stacking status type. You can probably get away with something like gas that only stacks to 10 because you're unlikely to be able to do it twice. Like, you're not going to sit there and spam affliction stacks on them. When they get knocked down, it's like they're knocked down. It's gonna take a moment for them to recover. Just slash. Yeah. I think the problem I have is with doing like only IPS. You run into a limit when you do like the valence. You have to force impact. Like, it's kind of annoying that impact is the only option for IPS. But oh, remember, this is without a companion too. So this is without viral from my companion. Yeah, see, like that. The gas procs hitting in the millions. If I gave it attack speed, it would probably... Yeah, I think the animation's faster for it. Let me do it again. One more time, and then I've got something I want to try. Yeah, because the limitation I've always had with afflictions and heavy attack builds is if you got an overguarded target, usually you don't run into this situation where you can strip their overguard fully before it actually does the knockdown. So in this case, if you can reliably strip all of that overguard and then knock down the target on that final hit, then that solves a lot of problems. Yeah, exactly. Like Toxin, and then also it's like you don't need the infinite stacking for it. Oh, we're definitely gonna do that. I'm curious to see something. Because you can knock these targets down. The Vanguard, you can knock them down. I actually have to get. So it's not doing that much damage to her. Maybe I should have stripped her first. Usually if I don't go for the other target, because the Trinity doesn't have enough armor for you to strip and get to 1,000. So if I do it like that, I can also do this too while I'm at it. This will make things easier for me. Oh, wrong one. The heavy attack on the ghoul saw is actually a lot of fun too. Like this whole wind up and then stabby stab. I think that's pretty cool. That is not, that's the wrong one. This is without any buffs. I didn't get a, okay. It's not working off the rip. Definitely not working off the rip. Should be able to knock her down. You see her get knocked down all the time, but if it's not proccing afflictions, then it's not worth testing right there. Just curious if that would actually be worth it. Okay. Trying to think of other things to test it on. Let me look at my star chart real quick. There's really not too much to test it on, to be honest. I guess demolitions, because I'm pretty sure demolition units can actually get stripped. That would be the limitation on this Exalted Blade build, would be something like demolition units. Thought there was one on... Nope. Where is it? Alright. We're just gonna do Lua. Pretty sure there's a demo mission here. There we go. Any forced slash procs. I can check the stance again. A Butcher's Revelry if the...
Operator, incoming transmission. It's from Fortuna.
Yeah, it's got forced slash. 3 forced slash.
Selling the latest in asset security. Conduits. Put the key in and you can pull the shinies out. Trick is, you've got to wait to open.
For a heavy attack weapon too. It's got a pretty good little mobility combo in the stance. I don't feel like doing this. I'll do it the easy way there.
Give that console the old bypass so we can get this thing started. This isn't your regular bomb job. LRB sold the conduits with interference routing specifically designed for the tenor.
It's gassy in here. Look at that. Alright, give me some overguard. Bam! That's without any stacks, too. What's nice too is you can just do the neutral. Like whenever you want, you can just do the neutral attack and then get the advantage of that. This is a pretty convenient little neutral attack. Like the forward neutral right here where you're just revving it. Well, we're gonna try doing this. Hopefully, no. It's not the one I was hoping for. Okay, that was actually pretty good. Like, I'm pretty sure you can knock those down. Pretty sure you can knock them down, and you can also armor strip them, obviously.
Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit.
Is this a MOA? Yeah. Alright. Okay. That works pretty well. I think a pretty good companion for Exalted Blade. So far. So far, I'm pretty happy with it. Using a gas afflictions with my with my slash dash build would be pretty redundant. I like having that diversity of between my melee weapon and Exalted Blade.
Hear that beeping? Demo unit's on its way.
Where'd it go? There it is. We're not even fully ramped here. Hitting it from the front this time. Turns out hitting it from the front doesn't really do much. Yeah, how about this next one? I'll just use Exalted Blade, and we'll use that as a benchmark. We'll just pull out Exalted Blade. Ooh. Do I have that one? Nope. Yeah, I don't think these... Oh, no, that's getting pretty tanky. No, that wasn't very tanky. Poor benchmark. I imagine this sound might get annoying after a while. Oh. Yeah, I'd say that setup, that's pretty nice. It's probably better a heavy attack weapon than it is as a normal weapon. With the stat boost on it, you get a lot better crit chance. Like the overall stat boost on it. Because I'm trying to remember that Ghoulsaw's normal stats. They weren't very good. I don't even think it had 2% or like over 2 crit chance. Like over 2 crit damage, I mean. Yeah, like if you subtract 1.2 from that, like I don't even think it... Ghoulsaw. I'll link it this way. Yeah, like it didn't even have greater than 2x. Like these base stats were pretty bad. And if you compare that, it's like let's just link it. Like I think that was the biggest limitation the Ghoulsaw was just the base stats. Like look at that. Like yeah, it's only 0.2 higher, but it's still 0.2 higher and then a lot more crit chance and a lot more status. And the base damage went up a little bit. Nothing crazy, but slam, heavy attack, 2 times 6, 220, 211 times 6. So yeah, pretty decent bump. 14 over 197. That's like 7%. It's like a 7% increase in damage, base damage, but you get a lot more crit chance and crit damage and status. The range get a buff? Range didn't really get a buff. The attack speed got a buff, though. Base attack speed's a lot better. Wonder how bad the wind-up on this is. 0.233. It feels a lot slower than that. I don't think it's worth... we're going to organize that a little bit. I don't think it's worth using this for wind-up. That's not that... It's not a big deal right there. This would be a decent life strike host if you could fit it somewhere. I guess if you got rid of Amalgam Organ Shatter. But you'd lose any bonus crit damage. That's probably not worth it. The combo, this is usually the rule of thumb I take. If I can mod in crit damage, I will, and then I can use sacrificial set. Because otherwise, if you don't have crit damage in it, it kind of sucks. So you want some sort of crit damage, whether that's from Archon shards or anything like that. DX11 or 12. So I've been running 12, DX12 since it came out, like since they released it, and I haven't had any problems. I would rather use the newer API than still run an older API if I had to choose. Yeah, like unless you have a reason to run 11, if you have like an OS limitation, I would just run 12. If you're on Windows 11, especially, just run 12. I think there's just a VRAM difference usually with DX11 or 12, but I haven't looked too deep into the difference between those APIs since it came out. Like it's been a long time. I think DX12 was a Windows 11 launch feature, if I remember correctly. Yeah, all the way back in 2015. It released along 11 or along 10. Yeah, DX12 goes all the way back to Windows 10. So I would rather, like, I switched to DX12 when it first came out in Warframe, and I try to use it everywhere. But I've also had no VRAM limitations. If I remember, that's usually what it was. So if you're running a card with really tight VRAM, you might run into some VRAM limitations. I think that's the only thing I remember being a limitation there. As long as you don't have like a 3 gigabyte or 4 gigabyte card, like you're at least at a 6, 8, or 12, then you should be fine. If I even remember that being if I remember that being the main limitation of it. Okay. What was I doing beforehand? I think I was just using this build. I don't really like how influence scales at this tier. It doesn't feel like it gives you enough. Like I don't feel like I'm getting enough out of Exalted Blade without having a lot more strength. Especially with Chromatic, because you think Exalted Blade double dips when you run Chromatic with the extra status chance. Now, here's the big question. If you've got a 3060, do you have the 8 gigabyte 3060 or do you have, I think it's, yeah, do you have the 8 gigabyte 3060 or do you have the 12 gigabyte 3060? That's the main question there. The 8 gigabyte one has less CUDA cores, actually. It's a chopped. It's NVIDIA being a garbage company. Yeah, the 12 gigabyte 3060 is actually pretty good. I never had one, but I do have... Oh, I'll grab it. I do have a 3070. So pretty close card-wise. Different GPU, a little bit bigger GPU, but I keep meaning to test this with my Ally X. I can actually very easily hook it up to this monitor now because this monitor has a Type-C port. If you want to talk about some like really good reasonable spec, like this is an RX 6600 and I've tested Warframe on this guy, and you can even play surprisingly good at 4K even with this card. And this is only a RX 6600. Like I think this was like a $170 card when I got it. It was one of those funny ones where it came with a game that was like $60. So I was like, I might as well buy it. And then I have an RDNA 2 GPU that I can use to test, like a real low spec one. There was another rig that I had that I was running it in that I ended up swapping it back to an Intel GPU because I do have an Intel GPU to test. Oh, that's probably a few hardware questions. Yeah, what's funny about the 1050 Ti, the 1050 Ti actually gets really close to the integrated GPU in the like Z1 Extreme, the 780M, the 1050 Ti gets really close to it, especially when you run on something like SteamOS. You really help release some of the background requirements on those cards, or on that GPU, on that piece of silicon. Because I think I do mention it. It's one of those videos that I uploaded that is not really intended for the most people to like, sit there and watch, but it's the people that actually need it. My like SteamOS ROG Ally X with eGPU setup. That's one of those videos that like I don't expect people to watch those, but the people that need that and Google it and they find that and they see, oh, this is exactly what I needed. That's the type of person that video is for. But in that video, I sort of demonstrate the difference in clock speed. So like when the iGPU isn't actually having to draw watts on a handheld, it allows the CPU to boost. And so you don't only get like, you're outsourcing your GPU performance and getting more power that way, but you're also allowing the CPU to boost up higher. And that's one of the biggest limitations in a lot of these games. That's what's going to be your main limiting factor, especially when mob density goes up on the PC version, especially in Steel Path. Mob density goes out the wazoo. So I'm going to convert this back actually to a dual liquor build. Because like I miss dual liquor already. Yeah, on OCing those, a lot of times you're most limited by the VRM. The VRM, like you're only going to be able to get so many watts out of that card. So no matter the heatsink and everything like that, without doing a custom VBIOS that you can't really do anymore, you used to be able to like GPU-Z rip the VBIOS and then plug it into a tool and then reconfigure the power profiles. I did that a couple of times. But then I also would get like, I'd do that and get power unlocked VBIOS and then overclock the snot out of cards to the point where I only fried a few cards. I might have been one of the people that forced EVGA to change their RMA policy because I killed a couple 780 Ti's. I killed did I kill a Titan? I'm trying to remember if I killed a Titan or not. I don't think I killed a Titan, but I killed a couple of 780 Ti's. I feel like I killed a Titan. I think I did. I think I had to RMA my Titan X that I don't have anymore. I sold to a friend who needed it. So what I'm going to do, I think this is going to be the point of comparison here. Make sure everything is proper. So I've got my charm and circumvent, which I'm kind of preferring over that reconstruct. I feel like the reconstruct, ooh, I need to get rid of that. I need to get rid of that. Definitely don't want that on this build. Yeah. So this is going to be a proper test right here. This is going to be painful for some of you guys to watch.
All set?
Why are you doing ETA again? You're not going to get a reward for it. You're not even using a primary or secondary to get more rewards. I know. You can do ETA for fun, okay? Yeah, I haven't spent... Honestly, a lot of the Linux distros, I kind of stay away from. I've played around with Ubuntu before, but I never really strayed too far from that. And SteamOS kind of makes a lot of the other... Like, if you can successfully install SteamOS on a rig, I don't see a reason to not use SteamOS. The desktop mode's working great. The translation layer between... for Windows is amazing on it. I've had no issues. It's about to get an ARM translation layer to it too, which is just insane. I'm waiting for one of the things I'm hoping come out is that we start getting ARM like not handhelds, but mini PCs or things that are small enough and maybe even have a modem in it. And the firmware is unlocked enough to where you can actually install SteamOS on it, like dual boot SteamOS from your phone, effectively. And then you can then get a processor, one of the higher ends, like the Snapdragon X Elite is an example of one that you can actually get PCI tunneling, so then you can use eGPUs on it. And then you just have to figure out a cooling solution. So it's kind of one of my hopes in the future, that I can have a cell phone that I just dock, and then I've got like an 800 watt GPU there, just ready to pound sand. I should probably be picking up these things. Looks like no one wanted to join me. How rude. Where are all these drops that are supposed to be happening? All I see is ammo I don't need. Yeah, like, the damage scaling with Slash Dash is so insane when you actually build it for... When you actually build Exalted Blade for Slash Dash. It's so hard to... It's really so hard for me to care about other variations. Other than, like, crazy influence, Exalted Blade builds. Nothing compares, sadly. We're gonna find out, though. We're gonna test on this Legasite. At this rate, I might just test with this Legasite, and if it does ridiculous things, then just, like, forfeit this one, because I don't plan on doing this solo. I wanted to just test this Legasite. I think the scaling's different, but I'm looking at the numbers, too. Because I was hitting in the couple hundred thousands. But one thing we're going to do is this. That was anticlimactic. Yeah, so that's not going to do it. It lets me slash dash him, but I don't think he actually gets the double hit. So yeah, this is pretty similar scaling. Yeah, so actually, I've played around a lot with SteamOS, because I originally had a Steam Deck OLED. I gave that to my brother, and even when I had that, I had Battle.net and stuff on it, so I could play Diablo 4 on it, since I had Diablo 4 and Diablo 3 that I could play on it. And when I installed SteamOS on my Ally X that I have back there, did the same thing. And my brother primarily plays World of Warcraft now. That's pretty much all he plays. And he installed SteamOS on it, he installed WoW on it, and he got all the right keybinds and all that stuff. And for him, actually having the trackpads is really nice. That seems to be one of those nice feature adds to that device. Oh, I know what I was going to test next. This is really the test against these things. And we're not even going to hold back. We're going full Giga Chad damage right here. No, actually, I should keep things consistent. This is what I used. I like the higher damage on this. It's reliant on Wrathful Advance, but that's okay, because this build has Wrathful Advance in it. I think this is all proper. Assaulted Blade. Oh, that's why I didn't get anyone in my group. because I had it on invite only. That makes sense.
All set? Okay. Get your loadout ready, because once you're locked in, I cannot pull you out without the whole run going to hell.
Wow, the same name because I didn't know, I'm not that creative, and so I didn't know what else to call it, so I just called it the same thing. And now I have to differentiate them based on how many forma there's in it. The one that's got 18 is my original, like the heavy attack build one.
Every time a new Legasite gets created, I see a tiny temporal surge.
If you do look at handhelds, I would... The Steam Deck is very limited in this kind of game because it's using, I believe it's a Zen 3 or like a Zen 2. No, I think it's a Zen 3. I think it's a Zen 3 CPU cores. And that's pretty limiting in these types of games, to put it simply. You really want the best CPU architecture you can get. And if you do look at a handheld in today's market, unless you need a particular feature, I would probably just go for the Ally X if you can find one. The problem is the cost of RAM has actually made most of them pretty unobtainable now. Like, apparently, Valve isn't selling the non-OLED versions anymore. Like, they're just out of stock. And then some of the other ones are going up in price. Like, everything's kind of going up in price from RAM issues, RAM shortages. So it's something to keep in mind that those devices are going to get impacted by that. So unless you're looking at secondhand, I've thought about selling mine a few times, but then mine actually, like, when I pulled it out, it has a big old crack in the front, like right near the top left, and so that prevents me from selling it. And even then, I wouldn't even sell it for that much. I'd be selling it just to get rid of it. And at this point, I'd rather have it for testing. It's an easy way to test SteamOS without having to part out some of my spare parts, like my spare AM5 motherboard, my spare AM5 CPU, my spare set of DDR5. Like, instead of having to build a kit with that and then install SteamOS on it. I have a test operating system that I've set up for like testing some hardware that I'd rather not have to purge, because I don't think I have a spare M.2 lying around that doesn't have something it's being used for. Yeah, look at that. This is where Contagion is just too good. Look at that. Where is he going? Why are you running? Look at that. That's like a joke in comparison. This is the problem I run into when I switch off my Contagion build, especially with how much time I have using it. It's just hard to justify swapping off of this. Like, look at that. That's dumb. Yeah, the Steam machine would have been this great thing, but even at the very beginning, it was unfortunately not looking good on the pricing. I was kind of optimistic the pricing would be reasonable, and then with the way the economy has been going on parts, it just isn't anymore. It's just not reasonable. Tau damage mods, like you get tau damage on your weapon. If they're good, I would probably put them on there. It kind of depends. I'd be interested in Void mods, because unfortunately Zada's Whisper is pretty buggy and it's not worth using. I would highly recommend staying away from the pre-built eGPU setups. The reason being is that card, if you instead of buying like a dedicated eGPU, if you part out with like a Razer Core or even some of the more budget-friendly ones, you're going to have a lot more value in the long run. Like, perfect example, I still have my ROG or my Razer Core from 2016. I'm still using that. It's still a device that I can use. Like, I'll show you. Like this guy right here. I still have this. I bought this in 2016. That's how old this guy is. I even have that was the metallic sticker that came with my ultra wide. And right now it doesn't have a GPU in it because I was testing the 3070. The 3070 has usually been in this because it perfectly fits inside of this device. But this is 10 years old, almost 10 years old. It's like I got it in like October or September timeframe of 2016. So it's like almost 10 years old now. And it still works. And you don't have to get one of these crazy enclosures. I actually have 3 different docks. I have basically a slightly newer Thunderbolt controller than this one, and like one of those kind of cheaper $150 ones. And then I have my this is my Ally X's eGPU setup. So I've got a spare RM750, and then here's a 7900 XT. Conveniently, one of the models, I actually got this model specifically because it has, for eGPUs, this is kind of convenient, it's got a USB port, and that USB is a full proper display port, and it has a built-in USB controller into this. So then you can use this as a dock. It can even power devices. You can even draw wattage from it. Because it was designed to be able to hook up to like a VR headset. And sadly, they didn't remove it. The Ryzen 4070. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh. Yeah, handhelds. As I've shown in another video here, I'm just gonna stand the desk up so that I don't have to keep crouching down. I have a mechanical desk here when I'm showing off. I still have this guy. I bought this way back in 2013. This is the first handheld. Really like the first gaming handheld that was ever created. Good old NVIDIA Shield. I have the tablet too. Might as well grab that. It's in the other room. It's in my storage room. This might be something you guys don't even know exists. So, tablet, Shield, and it was a gaming tablet with like iPad type features on it. You can see that in my camera in the reflection. But it came with a stylus. And this is actually a 4G model. So this actually has a cellular. You see a SIM slot right there. It'll focus. But you can see a SIM slot and then the micro SD for it. And I honestly didn't really use this that much. I didn't use either of these that much. Didn't really find much use for them, sadly. I've spent a lot of money on hardware that I don't even really use, unfortunately, but because it's part of the hobby, I guess. Like I have a Nintendo Switch that I've barely ever used, but I have it. Oh, put this back. Now, what you guys might not even know ever actually existed, but this is an extreme overclocking tool by EVGA that they still had support for on their cards all the way up to like 3000 series. I think even the 4000 series RTX cards even had support for this. You basically hook it up to a special connector and it lets you externally control the voltage. And those cards that usually had this EVBot connector would also have multimeter readings, and you usually needed to hook a multimeter up to it because you'd get like the voltage measured at the multimeter versus the digital, you would actually get some like capacitance or some reactive loading on that card, and the voltage was actually a lot higher than what you were measuring with software. And so you did actually want to like monitor it directly from the card instead of relying on the software. This is like pushing 780 Ti's to the point where they were like, you know, SLI 780 Ti's to top 50 in the world sort of territory. Yeah, I miss EVGA. I think this is a good example of me missing EVGA because, you know, I've got some other really old products. But yeah, that's kind of my hope. Pixel cleaning. No. This monitor OLED problems, pixel cleaning. Let me see, did this move a little bit? Okay. I am probably not doing another ETA or EDA. The EDA, I think, was mirror defense, and that one annoys me. I don't like doing that one. Ooh, I think I know a point of comparison here. So we did Lua Disruption to test against the demos. Play Warframe with a steering wheel. I have enough problems playing with a controller, let alone a steering wheel.
Operator, incoming transmission. It's from Fortuna.
My back room. I usually stick to the back room. Doesn't feel as claustrophobic, and neither of them are decorated. I think I've only put down like the Noggle, the Excalibur Prime Noggle, and that was it. I didn't really care to decorate them more than that. I'm not really a fashion type person, as you can probably tell with the way my Excalibur is set up. But you really don't have to do much to make Excalibur Prime stand out. That's the reality of that.
Allied B sold the conduits with interference routines specifically designed for the Tenno. Don't you worry, lad. I've got some workarounds.
Do I have full combo yet? Almost.
Are carried by high-ranking muckety mucks. Knock them down. See what they've got. First key. Right. Find a matching conduit.
We need to get like some percentage before I try to attack this thing. That'll do. Well, yeah, look at that. It's Contagion. One-shotting a demo where like I had to actually try and armor strip it and stuff in order to get Ghoul Saw. I'm not too... So like, what I don't like about the Contagion Nikanazaw build is that I'm effectively locked into two weapons. Like I'm locked into using the sword and then I'm locked into using the lifesteal. It's not a really big deal. It's kind of dumb for me to find this a problem, but it kind of annoys me. I'd rather just have a melee weapon instead of having to use like a bow. Not that you have to use it. It's just if you're going to use an Ikanazaw, you might as well get the lifesteals. And it's just I never use it. Never bother using it. It's really just there as a stat stick. But worst case, I have Exalted Blade that I can pull out if I'm in a equipment restricted mission and I don't get a melee weapon. I can just always pull out Exalted Blade. Let's see. Let's see if there's any other things. I'm gonna look at the chat here, make sure I'm caught up on things. yeah, I'm happy with the direction that Android is going. Like the fact that ARM, like being able to use Android. If you haven't seen this, you can emulate full PC games on Android. There's and the performance of them is pretty good because turns out ARM CPUs are actually pretty good. They're pretty efficient and pretty capable. And as long as the translation, the software side of things works well, which it seems like it does, then they can perform as good as like running Linux on even larger pieces of silicon. Because the main limitation on phones isn't necessarily the software side, it's actually the wattage side. Like it's a law of thermodynamics. If you don't get enough wattage into something, you're not going to get as much power. There's like optimal amounts of power to send to it, but then, you know, to get more performance, you just got to keep sending watts. And it's a simple law of thermodynamics there. How many GPUs do I have? I have like, you've seen most of them. I have what you've seen, and then my living room PC that runs my TV upstairs, that has a 3050 in it because its entire job is to run the upscaling, the RTX super sampling for like streaming services and stuff. And then I have an A380 in my in one of my other PCs, so an Intel Arc. So not that much more. Like really my main backup is that 7900 XT for me or for someone else, one of my friends or family. Yeah, and my 4090 is an absolute monster when it comes to heat. There was a while I was running that card at 600 watts where I was like reliably pulling 550 watts from it in a lot of the games, and I sort of ramped that down. It's really a card that you want to run like a 4090, you really want to run at like 400 watts. So if you run it at like 90% TDP, it just performs as good without running into all the extra heat. Oh, let's see. Here, I'll send you an invite. Do I air cooling or water cooling? I jumped on water cooling a long time ago. There's actually videos on my channel all the way back from 2014 that are computer videos that are me just recording with my phone and showing my rigs from back then. And they're not very good quality, and that's why they're unlisted. So I unlisted them a long time ago. I think it was when I first started uploading Warframe stuff, I unlisted them just so it doesn't clutter stuff. But that's where I was running really OG territory. Mounting water coolers on AIOs with AIOs on a graphics card, so doing some pretty high-end mods. I had taken some air coolers, like my Titan X, I had a custom cooler on it that I modified and then mounted a water cooler to. But in terms of full like closed loops, I've never bothered with that. It was never worth it. I parted out probably 5 or 6 rigs for full custom loops, and the cost even back then was like $700 to like $1,000 to part it out. And it was like, this isn't worth it. Like I already had it water cooled with like water coolers, like closed loop water coolers on each graphics card and the CPU. Like I had rigs with multiple all-in-one coolers, and it just wasn't worth it. And water cooling in itself is kind of dumb when you do small form factor in some capacity. It really depends on how you're building it, but I've gone away from doing water cooling. There was a while where that's all I did. I had small form factor rigs with multiple with everything water cooled in it, the CPU, GPU, doing some really crazy mods. Like if anyone's ever built in a Silverstone SG13 or the Sugo 13, I mounted 360 millimeters worth of radiators on that thing. One in the front and one on the top, and had a fully water-cooled rig that way. It's actually what I brought out to sea with me when I was in the Navy. Oh, we get the big room.
If you have a necromech, this would be an excellent place to deploy it.
But if you've wondered, because maybe this has come up if as a question that you might not know to answer or to ask, is you can in fact run handhelds with an external graphics card, even with SteamOS, and get a very enjoyable experience. I've collectively, in three different periods, I ran eGPUs and like a laptop or a handheld as my only rig. I've even spent periods where I only used the Steam Deck as my rig for over a month. I didn't use the desktop at all. I just had a Steam Deck. And so I've spent a lot of time like playing around with handhelds long term and eGPU setups, and they perform surprisingly well. There's just some nuance to them, and it seems like SteamOS is a little bit more insulated from some of the Windows issues with eGPUs, and I'd rather just use Linux anyways, or I'd rather just use SteamOS anyways at this point. I would put SteamOS on this PC if I didn't have some software requirements that prevent me from doing that. But like any secondary rig, I see no reason to put Windows on it. Like any mobile device that is capable of installing it, I don't see a reason. It is. So if you look at some of my earlier videos, my earliest videos of doing Steel Path face-off runs, those were actually, I recorded those while using an Ally X on Windows with my 4090 and an eGPU enclosure. So that's if you want some actual raw data on how that runs, that is running 1999 missions. And if you've seen some of my hardware, I'm pretty snobby about hardware. Like I spend a stupid amount of money on hardware, and I have for a long time. Like for over a decade, I've spent stupid money buying $1,500 graphics cards over a decade. Just stupid money on stuff like that. So my expectations are pretty ridiculous. And if I can tolerate it, then the average person probably wouldn't see any difference, any like real perceivable difference. Especially on Linux. Like running that on Windows, it was awful in comparison to running it on Linux. Already, and testing it without eGPUs on Linux was better than running eGPU on Windows. Like using the iGPU on Linux was better than running an eGPU on Windows. Like that's how bad it was in terms of frame rate stability, consistency, the way that it handled the scheduler, the way that it handled boosting, just better. Like on Windows, my Ally X wouldn't go above it was like 4.1 gigahertz was like this hard limit that it wouldn't go above. When I was just testing it, and I have a video on this, it's going to 4.7 or 4.8 gigahertz. It's just better. It's just a better operating system at handling that type of hardware. The Windows is just so bloated in the background.
If they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind. The sentient is onto you. Look out for troopers.
Yeah, Linux is definitely making its good old resurgence. And it's something I played with. I've even used it professionally. I've used Linux. I've had servers. I've had kiosks that I built for specific use cases, and it was just easier to build them in Linux. Like the way that the accounts worked, the way that like boot process and everything, it just worked better. Because a lot of times when you're building the kiosk, you're using low-end hardware. Like you're not using the latest and greatest stuff. You're potentially salvaging something that's already obsolete, and you're like deprecating its function down to one single task, and Linux just comes better built for that kind of stuff. Like there's a reason why people use Android tablets for a bunch of stuff. They'll have like a custom Android OS, and those don't work as well as just a Linux machine, as something that's just got like a really reworked I might as well. I think I just sold most of a set for this, so I might as well get another blueprint. Yeah. Oh, are we, oh, we're, we're kind of flexing on these guys, I guess, since you brought Excalibur as well. Like, making them really confused. I'll really confuse them. Yeah, I could talk about hardware all day. Been a long time enthusiast. I do a lot of testing on hardware. One of the things that this new monitor affords me is actually a Type C and like KVM, everything like that built into it that I could just hook up a handheld to, or that eGPU set up pretty easily. Like I could just direct plug in an eGPU into this monitor. With my 7900 XT. I could also just plug the handheld directly into it. In my phone, I hooked up my iPad even to it. I wanted to try playing Warframe on the iPad. Like, so, playing Warframe on the iPad hooked up to this display, but they obviously, I'm not even going to try to launch iOS until probably the patch, where hopefully they say it's not going to, like, break your account or something if you try to log in on iOS right now. Like, I don't even want to try it. Yeah, I like this form of this build so much better. It's just so much more versatile. Like, using Exalted Blade is nice and all, but I really don't think you can fit persistence with Exalted Blade. I just don't think so. I keep trying to find something that I find I feel comfortable with. Like what I was showing before, you could probably get away with and have fun playing with, but like I don't know. I have some pretty stupid expectations for the versatility and the capabilities of builds. If you find that tolerable, then just go for it. But kind of the stuff I test all the time that I don't make build videos on because I just don't find it acceptable. Where I was testing that Molt Reconstruct build too with Dual Liquor. That's probably still going to be the best form of Dual Liquor, but I was getting pretty annoyed not running Circumvent. I feel like Circumvent is just so feature-rich that I kind of need to run it in some of these builds. Now that it actually works, like the Overguard actually works, I'd rather just run Circumvent. Making the armor, like meeting armor requirements and some of these things and some of the damage requirements just easier. Really? Really, game? Why do you do this to me? Contagion is so dumb. And then you put Contagion with Influence, and it's like dumb squared. Give me that Overguard. Oh, we're gonna pregame it. Right.
I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters. 'Cause I know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
Oh, look, another Goldie. The magazine on the 153 lasts long because you have 100% efficiency. You just have to make sure you void sling once every 7.9 seconds so that you can maintain the eternal logistics. That's the requirement for that to work. Like right here. Most of the time I void sling once every few seconds just because. But just as an example, like I can kill steel path enemies with operator pretty easily with this. And then the firing rate I used Virtuos or tempo. Yeah, tempo. Which then gives you attack speed or firing rate on it. Whatever you want to call it. My damage is going to be even higher right now because I got 4 stacks. Headshot. There was a take of my build video on Circumvent that I called this Ninjas Only build, because this does feel like the way DE originally intended Excalibur to be played. Like rolling around and using the Nakana, all this stuff. I got a bow. Kind of feels like the way they really intended. And slash dashing between enemies in order to get mobility to them. Remember, I have the low, like the high status version of this weapon, and it still does this much damage. Because I am specifically increasing its base damage as high as possible. Like, I'm giving it as much electric as I can. Like, the Riven's got electric, and then I've got, like, 2 or 3 electric mods on it, I think. 2. Double strength helps, but... double strength works real well when you have low strength. Grapple Advance, still the best way to scale slash dash, since it's literal inception. even at 177 strength with afflictions and Raffle Advance, it's a monster. I don't have like a Mirage on our team, do we? No, we don't. We have 2 Revenants. Oh, great. 2 Excaliburs and 2 Revenants. I didn't even pay attention. I ain't got no energy. Come on, hit me. It's because I have all this overguard. Let me actually read the chat. Who will be the next Warframe you're going to cover in your videos? Well, I've thought about putting some time into Necros and seeing if I can do anything interesting with Necros in the modern game. I was thinking of something Persistence and Despoil related, but I haven't thought too deeper than that. So if there is another Warframe, it'll probably end up being Necros. It won't be a melee build. It'll be like a utility build. But I need to, if it's only if there's something interesting. If I don't find anything interesting, then I'm not gonna bother. Yeah. I think there's a lot of room for lifesteal or something. I'm hoping the Destreza has something interesting built within it. Zaku. My favorite thing about Necros is Soul Punch. Because if you use the Soul Survivor augment where you're able to revive Sin, if I remember, you can use it on companions too. I'm trying to remember if that was the case on the rework, if they had kept that feature. On like the second part of the companion rework. That's about how long it's been since I've really tested Necros. Yeah, as I was mentioning, suffering from success with defensiveness, with circumvent and overguard, of like, I don't have enough energy because I don't take enough damage. There's like this weird balancing point that I'm trying to reach. Like technically I could just rely heavily on overguard and use Dulicker and then still use Raffle Advance, but I'd rather have something built into the kit. Like something reliable built into the kit that doesn't require me going to Operator in order to heal. I do have the sacrificial set on this Exalted Blade, so it does lots of damage to those things. I've played around with Reeve every once in a while. What annoys me about Reeve is that it's like, because it's almost slash dash like, it feels wrong to have two abilities that are like that. Because I've thought about using that as the source of healing. But yeah, I'm hoping Destreza has something interesting. I've been really wanting an overguard mechanic built into, like, think of the Deviri Decree. If Destreza had that built into it somehow, that would be my, like, wish list for it. So if we had like a Deviri Decree where the fourth evolution was to give Overguard on kill. And I'm not talking a lot of Overguard, I'm talking like 80 Overguard. Like basically giving us the Deviri Decree. If that's the case, I'll probably end up using it in some capacity. Reminds me, I need to actually be opening Forma. Need to get me some Forma. sit back down. Standing actually hurts. I'm just a cripple. Oh. Yep. No, there we go. Looks like the other Excalibur. Hmm. Yeah, Contagion doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, and I'm giving it everything too. It's got Raffle Advance. It's got Furious Javelin. Both things that scale it pretty insanely. So this isn't like a lightweight build. This is pretty thick. More than plenty for level cap. Yeah, that's you can thank Contagion for that. That's like Contagion, and then also my slash dash is probably doing a lot more damage than what his is. Just because of, here we go, 90 of these to form a blueprint.
Must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them.
Die, heathen. Yeah, one thing you might have noticed that I do a lot is I'll throw a Contagion and then slash dash them at the same time. It's a lot of damage. It's kind of a stupid amount of damage.
To open your relic.
Give me that overguard.
Those oculists are scanning for targets. The sentient has detected you. Fighters incoming.
Oh, let's see. Hardware question. RAM speed matter for Ryzen. So, let me think back to my AM4 days. I still have some AM4 platforms. I've got like 2 or 3 or something still laying around. But you want, for 5,000, you do want 3,200. And that has to do with the clock speed, the recommended clock speed for the memory bus. So, you want 3,200 megatransfers per second because that means the memory clock is running at 1,600 megahertz, and that is where it wants to be. That's the recommended best in slot sort of clock speed for things. And you can probably take your 2400 kit and tune it. Like find some timings that work for it. It's like Ryzen 7000 has the same thing. Ryzen 7000 and 9000 use the same memory controller. So then they both really like, or they have the same IO die, which is where the memory controllers are on the CPU. And they really like running the memory bus at 3000 megahertz. And when you go past that, like I actually have a spare kit of DDR5 just for this reason, because I actually bought a slower kit. I had a 6400 kit to start, but what it does is it forces the memory clock in the unified clock, which is like the clock speed between the memory controllers, and then from the memory controllers to the sticks of RAM, like to the controllers within the RAM. Like that whole bus wants to run in a 1x1 configuration where they're all the same clock speed, and you just get better performance. When you go too high of a speed, you don't get 1x1. It'll drop it to 2x1. So then it's having to run like the U clock at an suboptimal speed in comparison. And that's what happens when you take like 7,000 to 6,400 megatransfers per second. And if you take, I'm trying to remember what my kits were. They're either 3,200 or 3,600. But yeah, it's like the normal is 1,600, but the overclock, like higher end version, is actually 3,600 for Ryzen. That's what it was. So most of my kits that I got for AM4 were 3,600 megatransfers per second, because it really likes 1,800 megahertz on the memory clock and the unified, like the unified clock for that. So that's where you'd want to be at. Like if you bought a new kit of DDR4, try to find a 2x16 3600 kit, and I think it was like CL 16 or 18. I'm trying to remember which one. I think it was CL 18. You'd want a tight like CL 18 with the timings that only go up to like 36. This is me pulling from like I haven't been messing around with AM4 in a couple of years at this point, because I switched to AM5 a while back. But I did have a 5800 X3D, and then I still have a 3950X laying around that's in a server build that I'm probably gonna end up giving to a coworker. I haven't seen any of those special things. I think I've air support pulsed twice now. Yeah, I don't see them. Huh. So they're supposed to spawn around the air support charges. So the theory is if I use this one, then we might have one spawn in this area when this guy goes to reset and respawn in this same spot, which it should. Like once you fully saturate your life support pylon things, it should respawn one in the same spot. This is like the old Kuva survival strategy, what I played a lot of Necros in. And bringing back that idea, where you centralize where your new life support charges spawn, should help concentrate the spawn of those speed up things. If they even spawn in this, I think they do. I think I've seen some. I don't think there's any limitations on what type of survival. Even like sorties. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Oh, that's a weapon. Just kidding. Made me. Yeah, look at that. So ridiculous. And Kitty likes me. Gotten 2 double drops. You don't get to see the double drops. But I'm at 41 steel essence so far. I actually need it because I didn't cap out Kuva this week. RAM prices for DDR4 should be fine. It only affects DDR5 and like DDR6. GDDR6, that being. It's like new production stuff. You should be able to find pretty cheap DDR4 kits. The only thing that's been really expensive apparently are CPUs, like high-end gaming AM4 CPUs like the 5800X3D. Those would be the things that those that are apparently more expensive now, because people are buying people have DDR4 and they're instead wanting to upgrade their platform or like stick to their platform and just do a drop-in upgrade rather than buying a new platform where DDR5 is like $300 to get even a basic kit. Selena Kyle is a Panzer kitty. I think it would be heretic to name a doggo Selena Kyle. Zen 7 are like the new CCD layout and all that stuff. That should all be AM5. There still should be a generation or two left into AM5. I think AMD has realized with AM4 that, and it's a huge selling point for them, that they actually have the long-term platform support. So I would expect that to be the standard, because as soon as they detract from that, they're going to get people dropping them like crazy. Like, it's a huge part of their marketing, is the fact that they actually have platform support. And they've kept up with it. You know, they're still releasing AM4 CPUs, which is actually wonderful. Good guy AMD coming out and actually doing that. So I would expect what I've seen is that they're increasing the cache, the L3 cache, to 48 megabytes per CCD, and then they're 12 core CCDs, and they might be smaller. And they might be smaller cores, like they might be like technically C cores, but that should be fine. As long as they boost high enough multi-core performance, especially in DirectX 12, and the modern APIs is just so good it doesn't really matter that much. You just want clock speeds, cores, and cache. Especially if the memory bandwidth isn't that great, the cache really helps. Oh. That's kind of where handhelds, like, handhelds, you don't have to worry about RAM prices with handhelds. You just have to make sure you get one with enough. Like, 16 is fine, but then the problem with the ones that are 16, the handhelds, like the Z1 Extreme handhelds, they don't have USB 4, and if you were to do that, you could take an existing GPU and get a lot. You can get pretty similar to a modern desktop, like a equivalent desktop platform with an eGPU. Because one of the things I did test, I did buy all this hardware to test this, is I have my motherboard actually has an ASMedia USB 4 controller, and I tested my 4090 eGPU setup between my Ally X, a 8700G, and a 9800 X3D using USB 4. And turns out, really the only limitation is wattage. Because an 8700G, this is kind of the fun fact, the 8700G is the same piece of silicon as what's in the handhelds, the Z1 Extreme. It's just a different binning scheme of it. Like when they produced the silicon they used for the Z1 Extreme, it just had like a lower GPU voltage requirement. Like the GPU itself just performed really well. Like a high ASIC rating, for those that remember what ASIC ratings are, where it has low impurities, which usually means it performs well at low wattage and low voltages, but it doesn't overclock as heavily. You can't usually overclock a really high ASIC part as easily. Like, it's not as stable when you start ramping up the voltage. Where like a low ASIC, like the 8700G had a really poor, is one of those types of bins where the GPU in it is really bad, but the CPU cores are pretty good. Usually low ASIC too, and they can send, instead of sending only like 30 watts to it, they send 65 watts. But they're literally the physical same piece of silicon, the Phoenix 2 APUs. Yeah, no, I wouldn't spend $375. It's ridiculous. It makes me glad all of these price hikes and stuff is just making me glad that I stockpile hardware. Because I think I have like 3 kits of DDR4 laying around. I still have DDR3 kits laying around. I actually have a DDR3 kit right there. It's a OG 2400 megahertz kit from 2014 in a 4790K build. That still works. It has its original M.2 drive that I bought back in 2015 before NVMe was even a thing. It's an AHCI PCIe M.2 drive, which most people didn't even think exists because they were enterprise only. It was like overrun enterprise Samsung drive. Some like really niche stuff. Forma. Let's see. You also think they should get rid of their Radeon division? No, the Radeon division is still holding on, and they've gotten into the data center side of things, but I wouldn't doubt it if Intel overtakes them on the data center side, because Intel has actually been focusing pretty heavy on like data center and AI on their GPUs. They're putting out some really good stuff. They're putting out GPUs with like 32 gigs of RAM in a budget tier because they just quadruple up the memory bus. They have like a 256-bit bus GPU that they just quadruple up and then sell it as like a pretty cheap card. Like something that AMD should have been doing a long time ago, but they just didn't build like the proper architecture into their GPUs to really handle a lot of the crazy neural network nonsense that everyone seems to want now. But Radeon, I think Radeon will keep shining on the iGPU side. The problem they're going to run into is ARM. I think ARM's going to start giving AMD a run for its money on the division of gaming that they're in, and especially like budget and embedded device type stuff where you don't have to worry about selling a consumer a CPU without bundling it with RAM and all that stuff. So having things that are unified, that's probably going to end up becoming the mainstream, where you're not buying RAM socketed, you're not buying CPU socketed, you're just buying motherboards that have soldered on components, which is fine. It's going to end up probably being a money saver over time, because instead of having to go out and buy the RAM and all that, and then probably not getting a reduction in it, you can get better performance by having everything integrated, having shortest path and traces possible to get the highest stability and clock speeds. I really like their MCM architecture, their multi-chip module architecture, and expanding upon that with iGPUs like they did with the Strix Halo series. I think those things are really cool. I almost bought one multiple times. Actually, I did buy one and then canceled order test these sort of things, because I've been wanting iGPUs to be capable for a long time. My performance, though, expectations are kind of extreme at this point, having a 4090 since launch. Even the 7900 XT doesn't, it's about half the performance as my 4090 at 4K. It's kind of sad. Whenever I test it, it doesn't perform nearly as well as I hope, but it's better than nothing, especially if I just use it as an eGPU. Yeah. So I was on Linus Tech Tip forums for a long time. Like when I was in my previous job, that was how I kept my troubleshooting skills. Sort of primed up was helping people troubleshoot, even like networking level stuff. And I got to see a lot of prices from across the globe on parts, and it's ridiculous. Like when you're trying to help someone build a system in Egypt, and the pricing of stuff in that country for hardware is nowhere close to how it is in the United States and like Canada. Even Europe isn't as great. Like Europe has weird like tax, like import laws and stuff that make the taxes like crazy, so then you're overpaying like crazy for everything. United States really just has it, like United States and Canada just really has it good when it comes to hardware. We can just buy pretty much whatever we want. Here, I'll show you off, Mr. Mayhems, then. Where's that Scana Prime usage? Second most used? What is wrong with you? Yeah, my recommended Scana build would be... I'm going to move to not Prime for this. So... running just like... not this. Running like this. And then you swap out whatever this is with either electric or similar Riven, because influence on Scana is just so good with the way this evolution works, because when influence spreads, it counts as undamaged enemies and melee attacks. So then this actually triggers, which is pretty impressive. So you can hit an enemy twice, like hit him once, trigger influence, hit him again, and then 12 by 20, 220 combo. So that's like, and then it also has increased duration. And then this is the reason why, like these two right here is why Prisma Scana is better. Because if you look at this evolution on Scana Prime, I think it's only 10 plus 10 damage. So then, yeah, Scana Prime has a little bit higher base damage, but when you factor in this plus 90, it gets like 40 extra base damage. If I remember the math, it's like 170 versus 210, something like that. And then when you factor in this evolution, 40, 2.2, and 26, the only one that comes close is if you do the base status one. The crit chance on Scana Prime is like 24 or 26 or something. I think it's 26. But it's like 2.6 here. And then the status chance evolution is the same, because it's like 26 on the status chance, and then you get plus 10 instead of plus 20, so then it comes out to similar. So really where Prismascana is just objectively better is when you use this evolution, which I think is the best option nowadays. When you're not having to use it as like a pseudo-exalted stat stick, the plus 12 and 10 is just so much better. This is some pretty crazy base stats right here. 40% base crit chance and 26% status. It's pretty insane. The limit that Skana Prime comes into is like, if you use Wrathful Advance, it's probably better because of the crit damage. I think it's like 2.6, right? Like something like that. Let me Google it. I don't have it to link, obviously. Oh, and also the Incarnate evolution looks dumb. If you look at the Incarnate evolution on Skana Prime, what it looks like is what it actually looks like in game. When you look at the wiki, like the official wiki, and click on the Incarnate photo, that is in fact what it looks like, and it looks dumb. Yeah, 26, 2.6, and 26. Memorizing the stats of these, I guess. Just it's how I do. I've done the math for it a couple of times to figure out, like, yeah, it's not... Like, I'd rather not have it at this point so that I don't feel like I need to use it. It's just, unfortunately, the way it is. Yeah, only since the Incarnate came out. Before the Incarnate came out, Skana Prime was one of those things where it's like, oh, I kind of wish I had that. But the Incarnate comes out and everything like that. And even then, before the Incarnate came out, like, swords kind of sucked anyways. Like, I don't remember swords being that good, because I didn't even really use Prismascana until the Incarnate came out. Because it was really only good once the Incarnate came out. Like, I was really just using my Zaw before Incarnates. Actually, yeah, that's exactly what it was. I remember this moment where they, like, nerfed Exodia Contagion when Incarnates, about the time that Incarnates came out. Where is it? There it is. They like nerfed Contagion, and then Contagion sucked. Like, all of a sudden it sucked overnight. Wait, why is that radiation? Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, I am tired. Like, why is that radiation? It's because I'm on normal Excalibur. Yeah, I remember this moment when this happened where I was using this Nikanazal, not this exact one, actually the other one. This one. I was using this Nikanazal, and then it just did trash performance all of a sudden. And then the Incarnates came out around the same time, and like or it was like when the Arcanes came out. The Arcanes came out, and then this just kind of performed like trash in comparison to the Arcanes, especially Influence. So then it was like, okay, well, I guess I'm not playing the Zaw anymore. I got to play some swords. And then that's when I was playing with Skana Prime mostly in the very beginning with Influence. Did Dual Liquors before they nerfed the trash out of it, nerfed the crap out of it. And then I switched to my Vortex pretty shortly after that. I was also, yes, I was in fact a seaman. I was, in fact, a seaman. My sort of story for that was in the summer of me getting out, or me finishing high school, to me going into boot camp was when I started playing the beta. And then when I got back from boot camp, the Founders Pack had already closed, because I even thought about it while I was in boot camp. I was like, I might as well upgrade, because when you get out of boot camp, you get like $4,000 or $5,000 just right off the rip. Just because you spend 2 months or so, they actually charge you for your clothing. So you get like 2 months pay that you couldn't spend, and then they spend like $1,000 of it for you for all of your stuff. and then it was closed by the time I got out. It was like a week after. I'm trying to think of the timeline. It's like a week after I got out of boot camp, or a week before I got out of boot camp. It was closed, so I wouldn't have been able to upgrade it. But I considered that. That was a thought that crossed my mind. I still remember that. But it didn't really matter in the long run because Prisma or Skana Prime and Lato Prime I wouldn't be using anyways. They just be MR fodder like the rest of it. Never be again. I know I enjoyed it. It was worth it in the long run. The things I learned and the program I was in was pretty insane. A lot better than going into college, to be honest. Good old Marine Corps. The only time I ever dealt with Marines was when my ship was in refueling, and they're Marines that guard. There's Marines that guard the fuel as they're removing the nuclear fuel from the ship, and that was other than going to taps, if you remember taps, and someone buying a pack of crayons for one of the Marines that are there as a joke, and then he took that as a challenge, so he actually ate crayons while we were in taps. He had to impress the SEAL. There was a SEAL, Navy SEAL in our group for taps, and he had to assert himself, and he wasn't even infantry. He was like IT. He was like a Marine Corps like IT or intel, and he felt the need to eat crayons to probably impress the SEAL, because the SEALs stand out. Like if you've seen a SEAL, you see a guy in his uniform, like you see an enlisted guy with a gold warfare badge and the big old bird, and they stand out pretty nicely. I don't know about the new uniforms. When I was in the Navy, we were still in the blue, the MWUs, the Type 2s, the blue camo. I never actually got the new ones. I rode that limit. Literally rode that limit of not having to buy a whole new set of uniforms for a few months before I got out. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but I'm probably going to be going to bed. It's pretty late here. I think I've rotated myself a few more hours, which is exactly what I was intending to do tonight, so that I can rotate myself towards a night shift. I think that was a pretty good run for that. So we can, if you guys want to ask any questions, or it's technically two founders here, if you have any weird questions. A lot of the beta is a blur in my head, but it comes back in flashes. All of the time. I'll be honest, I don't remember much time using Loki other than stealthing around and using the kunai, or kunai, whatever you call it, and just killing stuff with that, because I have not really used the Incarnon to get 17,000 kills on it. That is mostly from the beta. And then I switched to using Vauban when Loki was literally unusable in doing defense missions, and you had to have a Frost and a Vauban and other things. I was the guy that just brought Vauban when he came out, and then switched to Necros. And then the Necros Prime when people wouldn't invite Excalibur, which was almost always. Yeah, the beta to me is it's almost a lifetime ago. I bet our buddy here is probably under the same impression. The beta was between me and going to boot camp and then going through the nuclear pipeline. My whole memory of 2013, late 2013 to 2015 is a kind of a blur of just craziness. To put it simply, in that program, there was a period for several months where I was doing 14-hour days for 7 days of shift work that would rotate, and you'd get like a day or two off. Oh, okay. You're in your 50s. Okay, that makes sense. No, I know a few buddies too that are. There's a couple in our clan that are in the same boat as you. That was like retirement. That was like retirement time for you. That was like your 20-year point, right? You were getting out. You were just showing up for 2 hours as a merchant marine. Okay. So you'd come in, you'd play it a couple of weeks, and then you'd go back out to sea. Oh, that would be my guess. Okay. That's kind of that's the experience I got out at sea because of the mission that my ship was on. We'd go out for a few weeks, month or so, and then we'd come back and then port for some time. And then I also got to do a decent amount of refueling in shipyard. Yeah. Yeah, my Steam, it's one of those things where like here's a funny example. You're probably in the same boat on the statistics wise of like missions complete. So like you've got 26.9k missions with 6,000 hours in mission. And then where mine kind of gets weird is like I've at 19.6 but 2667. So like that's not double. If you double those numbers, proportionally speaking, I would be like, I've got a lot of missions relative to time played because this is the way the game was when I was playing it a lot. You were doing you weren't doing long endurance missions. I didn't really start doing those until like 2022. Like only like the last 4 years have I been doing endurance missions. So then my statistics are kind of weird. And then also I skipped a bunch of these events because I didn't care for these events. I'd hop in like a month after a patch had dropped and I'd play catch up. So like I'd be playing WoW and then Warframe would have a patch or two. I'd get bored of WoW. Like there was a lull in the season. So I'd hop into Warframe. I'd play catch up. I would run the exact same build over and over again. I wasn't using other equipment. I wasn't even building other equipment. I was sitting at like MR7, MR8 for a very long time because I wasn't leveling anything. Wasn't building it. I wasn't leveling anything. And the consequence of that is you get a lot of time played on the same character, and that's how this happens. And then I just kind of full send and stuck to it. But you can see here, like I played Inaros for a while because I wanted a tankiness out of my melee only gameplay. So there was a period I played Inaros trying to make him a melee only Warframe. Same with Nidus and his tankiness. Kalervo, obviously, I've played a decent amount of him just because he's a really good melee Warframe. But then luckily they've actually fixed Excalibur so many times to the point where you can actually play him. You can actually play Excalibur and you're not like coping as he's no longer cope when it comes to playing Excalibur. Tekra Encore really fundamentally changed that. He is now the best melee Warframe in the game by a mile because Exalted Blade is really good, and then Slash Dash is there. It doesn't mean that it's free of problems. It still has problems, and I think I stated simply what I think the solution for that is. Just make it a holstered weapon instead of making it summonable. Just holstered. When you pull out your 4, it just unholsters it, overrides your melee. Easy enough. That would fix like the major things wrong with his kit. That would fix it. Slash Dash Affliction. I would guess your strength, since that scales off strength. And Spoiled Strike, if you don't have Spoiled Strike or if you don't have something leveled up, that would be the other thing I would suspect. If you don't have all these mods maxed out. But this scales based on strength too. That's the important thing to understand. So if you lower your strength, like here's 8,000, and then I'm going to remove my only source of strength in this entire build, and there's your problem. So I would suspect that's where your limitation is that you have to remember not only the mod configuration, full max ranked out, like the amount that Prime Fever Strike does when it's ranked, but it's max ranked is pretty insane. That would be my suspicion. Otherwise, yeah, that doesn't make sense, and I would probably file a support ticket if your value is just completely different, because that really doesn't make sense. Now, the thing about Excalibur that annoys me that only recently became viable is running into people that, and I've ran into a couple of these. There's a couple of notorious ones on the forums, but there's a couple of founders on the forums that play Excalibur Prime as just a really bad weapon, like a weapons platform. Like, take Calervo and remove all the good things about him, and that's how they play Excalibur. Like, they don't even play melee. They don't really even like Slash Dash or Exalted Blade. Or some want to get rid of Exalted Blade. And it's like, dude, don't play Excalibur if you're not gonna like use his kit, and you're just using him as, I don't know, like a flex or something. That stuff is where it's cringe to me. Yeah, like people that play Excalibur not as a melee warframe because they have Excalibur Prime, so they feel they need to play him. That like sunken cost kind of nonsense, and like flex on people about it. Like, no, just play Excalibur as a melee warframe. That's what he is literally built for. He is in fact a melee warframe. Yeah, and I think with the holstered weapon idea, the way that you would visualize that is instead of Exalted Blade having the stats here, where it defines the stats like the damage and all that, it just gets moved to his passive. And so he always has it, and it's a static weapon, like it shows up as part of his passive. It would be the biggest passive rework in the game, where they would just make his Exalted Blade his passive. Like, they would keep the sword nonsense or whatever, because that's so trivial, it doesn't matter. You'd probably want to just keep that anyways. But they would move that damage and such over to his passive so that it's no longer bound to his 4, and you could subsume off his 4 if you want. Like in this build, I might want to subsume it off, but I think still having it in the background is more useful than the radio blind. Yeah. Multifunction, tap and hold. Yeah, I've thought about some more complex things for Slash Dash and some of the other abilities. I think DE is reluctant to make major changes to Excalibur because they want to also keep him simple. I think that is a part of their design on Excalibur, to keep him simple. I think the way Slash Dash is set up is not simple. Like, you have to explain the way pseudo exalteds work for you to explain how the ability works. Like, how it doesn't scale, it doesn't have its own combo, unlike the other ones. It scales off of your equipped melee, which includes your normal melee weapon, or if you have Exalted Blade drawn, it scales off of that combo. And it doesn't, if you give it that combo, that doesn't scale combo mods unless it's Exalted Blade that's drawn. Yeah, it's just it, and like if you have Chromatic Blade, well, that applies to Exalted Blade, but only the 4. Even when it's casted, it doesn't apply to it fully. Yeah. Well, the downside is like it used to be able to do that. It used to be able to scale it off 2 weapons, but the way it's set up now, it's like the only thing that it scales off of your equipped melee is your combo. Where I'd just rather have it like you think how easy would Exalted Blade be to use dynamically if it was a static holstered weapon that you could then summon and draw at any point, and it would already have max combo. It would already have buffs because you were keeping those buffs up with slash dash. So you built the combo up, you built your galvanized mod charges with slash dash, and then you're using your melee, you're doing all this stuff, and then you're like, okay, I want a different melee weapon, or you have a situation where you want to pull out Exalted Blade, and then boom, boom, you can do that. You can even just heavy attack with it, and then you got Giga Chad, heavy attack, Exalted Blade build. You could do that in the background. There's a lot of things that they could do, and the way I would think it would work is similar to the way Kalerbo always has a static combo multiplier. You would just have another one of those for Exalted Blade that would show up above your combo, like where your combo is down in the bottom right. You would see an additional combo for Exalted Blade. Honestly, I think that is the answer. I haven't heard anything even relatively close. I haven't gotten any pushback on that idea too. I haven't heard anyone say, well, that's dumb, or that wouldn't work, or that would be broken. It's like, no, that's entirely reasonable. Makes a lot of sense. That's the only thing I've heard. It's just the problem is getting that information to the people that can actually make that change, is like telling Pablo, hey, you should do this. That's the hard part, because unless you have Twitter, apparently you will never reach those people. That's where I was hoping for an heirloom. If the heirloom was coming out, that's the time when they do those types of things. Even these small kind of things, that's the time they do it. Yeah, unless you're on Reddit. The goal is to get as much, if I can get as much publicity as possible, then the probability of things trickling down or trickling up, I guess, depending on how your perspective on it, that would be that's likely. Even if it's just the idea, even if it's not like, oh, this is this video from this guy, even if it's just the idea, like kind of idea seeding across the community, so that the idea of having Exalted Blade as a holstered weapon instead of it being summoned with his 4 is something that is known in the community. And I would even argue, to keep things balanced, just as a full thought here, Chromatic Blade would still only apply when you have it drawn. So it's not like you could just put on Chromatic Blade and it buff Exalted Blade in that way. It would still be bound to his 4, so then you would only get the IPS conversion and the status chance when you draw it. I would think that would keep things extremely balanced. So it would work exactly how it all works now, but you'd be able to fix slash dash with it while also making Exalted Blade far more convenient to use dynamically. Naramin and combo, and you think of how powerful Surging Dash should be if you had 2 combo counters that it was buffing. It was actively keeping your slash dash or your Exalted Blade topped off that affected your slash dash and your equipped melee weapon. This would be one of the best. This would go from a low tier augment to an A tier augment. One of top, out of the 3, it would definitely be easily in line with Furious Javelin and Chromatic Blade in capabilities. Because then you could heavy attack. You could have a heavy attack weapon, build your combo with that, keep a heavy attack efficiency, 90% heavy attack efficiency, and then be able to not make your slash dash do less damage, because that's what happens right now. You can't really run a heavy attack build and run slash dash at the same time, because you heavy attack and now your combo that scales your slash dash is no longer up there. So it's you're in this weird gray area with the way you have to play Excalibur with slash dash because of the way Exalted Blade works. Yeah, and I think the rest of his kit, keeping it simple, Radio Blind is the subsume slot, and I don't mind it staying the subsume slot. Does Excalibur Prime outperform Excalibur Umbra in stats? No, he has exactly the same stats, which is why I say if all they did was just buff like all they would have to do to fix the problems with the functional problems with Excalibur that would make me happy, and I think everyone that tries to copy any of my builds that are still primarily based around Excalibur Prime that I have to kind of adapt to work with the other versions. All they'd have to do is buff his base armor and his base energy to match Umbra and Prime. So he only has like, let me see. He's only got 150 base energy instead of 225, and he only has 240 base armor versus 315. Well, Prime and Umbra have those stats, and he doesn't. So then right now, if you're trying to play a lot of these builds, you have to make the choice of what do you want to compromise? Do you want to compromise on base stats, or do you want to have to deal with the sentience bugs and or getting rid of your Exila slot? And it's not a minor problem. Like you can trivialize it as much as you want. That's what people in the forums do all the time. They try to trivialize it, even though they literally run in, like, the only reason they don't have this problem is because they're not playing Excalibur. It's not because they're a founder or anything. It's because they don't play him. So they try to trivialize this problem. They try to trivialize these problems when they're literally the people directly affected by them. But the consequences of buffing base Excalibur means you have now the like a non-compromising version of him that you can infinitely craft. So then I can actually use, even as a founder, I don't need multiple versions of Excalibur Prime in this scenario in order to have that level of flexibility for like Archon Shard, subsumes. Since you can't subsume like Wrathful Advance on his 2 and his 3, you have to choose one or the other for multiple loadouts. Like, that's a limitation. So then if you had the ability to just create infinite amount of Excaliburs, and it's his exact same thing, basically a exact same thing as Excalibur Prime, just, you know, I get the cosmetics and I get the mastery points because I gave DE money or whatever, some nonsense. And then I get the Death Warp passive. No one cares about the Death Warp or passive. If that's the only difference between Excalibur and Excalibur Prime, then that's glorious. The Death Warp passive, no one cares about. So pretty much cosmetic only. I would say that's reasonably cosmetic only. And then obviously the mastery points. But the mastery points that's quality of life. You know, I personally ran into that problem this last patch where I had to wait to get LR6 because I didn't give DE $50, 50 additional dollars, unlike Mr. May here. Except you didn't even, you're not even at mastery cap, so that didn't matter. You weren't LR6 when no one else could, even 100 pounders. When I was sitting less than 3,000 away from LR6, even then that wasn't a big deal. Like, that's not a big deal. That's not functionally preventing you from running a full version of the literal starter Warframe. Yeah. Yeah, me sitting there with 2,962 mastery points away, like less than one weapon, and then every single barrow, I was like, please just drop a Vandal, just drop a Prisma, just drop something new. Like, where's Taxon Prisma, or Prisma Taxon, or Prisma Taxon Vandal, whatever like, where's that at? Just give us that, and then that would give everyone LR6, because that would be 9,000 mastery points, and then people can stop complaining. Yeah, like, I took breaks myself here and there. Like, I wasn't religiously playing like I have since 2022, since I quit WoW, is really when I started religiously playing. But before that, it was like I would hop in, I'd play a few months, and then I'd go back to primarily playing WoW. And then this was usually the game that I would play when I couldn't play, like no one was on, or things were boring or dumb, when Boomkin sucked and Feral sucked. And then the only thing I had to do was do the crappy raids that were fun, only because it was fun to beat everyone in PvP gear and on the meters and healing. For those that have played WoW, getting beat by a Resto Druid in full Boomkin PvP gear. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. But the problem is, though, this is the thing about, if you don't use if you don't use Fierce Javelin, which is entirely reasonable, there is a lot of reason to subsume off Radio Javelin because it's an expensive ability. It's only marginally better than Radio Blind. Like when you think about Radio Blind as an ability, it's a CC with the same radius but a lower cost and a faster cast time. And it gives you finishers, which finishers do have features associated with them. Radio Javelin doesn't have that. It's a slower ability. There's no like gating involved with it. It does do damage, and it does technically CC because it'll like stagger the enemies and stuff. But the cost of it gets pretty ridiculous. And if you're not using Furious Javelin, you're probably using Blind Rage, and therefore the cost of it is even worse. I think if DE doesn't fix Excalibur in like the ways that I explained, if they refuse to do that, then the only option is re-release Excalibur Prime, to put it simply. I think the funniest way to release him would be daily login rewards. So if they made the founder's items daily login rewards based on like 1,500 days and 2,000 days and 2,500 days, it would be obtainable, but it would only be obtainable by the people that have actually been playing long enough to get it. I think that would be the way that they could do it, but they wouldn't do that. They would never do that. That to me would make the most sense, because then you're giving, regardless of if they were a founder because they were playing in 2013, if they've been playing, if someone's been playing long enough to get 2,500 login days, then they've been around long enough to probably warrant getting that equipment at least. And I would tier it the exact way that it's set up, where like Prime comes first, or it gives you the choice. That would even make sense. It gives you the choice. You get to choose one of the three equipment at 20 or at 1,500, 2,000, and 2,500. Like that's some dedication right there. Means it's obtainable then, and that it's just only obtainable by people that are actually playing that long. Make them play 10,000. See, the only problem is if you base things based on hours and time played, that's when you open it up for abuse. Yeah, and honestly though, the Skana and Lado are just novelties. Even they're more of novelties than Excalibur Prime, because the problem and kind of like the whole point is that Excalibur Prime is unique right now. It's not like you have another Warframe that has a Prime variation of it that you can use. And Warframes and their kits are dramatically more unique than like a secondary or a sword. They're dramatically more unique in game and gameplay affecting. Skana Prime is just, it's objectively worse now, where stat sticks are gone. Even before stat sticks were gone, you get less status chance from it. It's just an objectively worse form, so that's no longer an argument. And then Lado Prime kind of trades blows. Like when I evaluate the Incarnate evolutions, it seems like Vandal, if you build it a Vandal a certain way, it's better. If you build Lado Prime, it's better, but it's by like a margin. Like it's so close where you're like splitting hairs on like, do you want more crit damage, or do you want more base damage, or do you want more status chance, like that kind of thing. Like it's a uniquely different version, but it didn't seem like it was particularly better at anything. And then if you want to talk about competition, how much competition does Lado Prime have for your secondary slot? So it's like if you wanted even like a handgun, you have Lex Prime, and then you have a bunch of other ones too that I don't really care to think about right now. Like even Latrum, Incarnate, Bronco Prime, like you have a lot more options. Technically Lex Prime would even come pretty close. Yeah, I agree. Like I run into that all the time too. People kind of, that's where when I go into liches, when I go and do like Kuva Liches, it's kind of distracting to be playing Excalibur Prime because a lot of those people have never seen them because they're newer players most of the time when you're running into people doing Kuva Liches. And especially on Earth, where people are sometimes staying there for their entire unveiling of their murmur. So the probability of you running into a player that's never seen him today was literally the case where all those every single one of those public matches, someone put in the squad chat that was like, "Oh, this is the first time I'm seeing him," and it is what it is. It's the thing that we've been seeing for probably 8 years, like 6 to 8 years. Sort of that novelty of Excalibur Prime has really ramped up over the last 6 to 8 years, I'd say. People are nasty. Well, you think they got Excalibur Umbra not that long ago. If you're doing a Kuva Lich, you probably got Excalibur Umbra not that long ago, and so you've been playing Excalibur Umbra. And then if you dive down the rabbit hole and you figure out that you basically can't play that version of that Warframe without compromise. Oh, yeah. The cross-platform. I noticed, one of the things I noticed is that cross-platform on Kuva Liches is like, I didn't experience people that were genuinely waiting until they had all 3 murmurs until crossplay. That was the only time I ever started seeing that. Like, that seemed to be a console meta strategy thing where you stay in Earth and then you just keep doing Lichlings until you get to 4 or all 3 of your murmurs, and then you actually start doing it and leveling it up. And I can understand that because, like, I can understand why people would do that because there was a period where Liches were hard, but I don't think Liches are hard anymore. But people still do that, it seems. And it is harder to play on console than it is on PC, just putting that out simply. Controllers and frame rate limits and stuff, I could see the meta evolving a certain way on the consoles. It's a whole different beast. It's like, it is what it is. Liches aren't that bad anymore, though, especially after the attenuation nerfs. I remember periods where they were pretty, like, there was a long time where even in my Nikanazaw build, the contagion did not do enough damage. So I was actually using my Daiku build in order to kill Liches, and I would have to headshot them. And this is a long time ago. But nowadays with the attenuation nerfs, like, I don't think they're a problem. You can go all the way up to the Kuva thing and probably still one-shot them through their health. If you've got like a moderate build, if you got my /dash build or something, you could probably do it. Yeah. And that's where I get disconnected from it. But how easy is it for you to get, like, you think Nataruk or even Skiajati, like, these quest rewards are so good now. I do actually kind of like some of the, I think since they added Ull adds this nice dynamic to it, and I've actually found it fun to kind of guess and get lucky and then have like the algorithm for it. But I was also done with the vast majority of my Liches and getting all the Kuva and Tenet weapons. I was done with the vast majority of them by the time that Ull came. Like, I don't think I had every single one of them at that point that were released. Like, I don't think I was waiting on any. I think there was like Kuva Seer or something like that was one of the last ones because I somehow forgot that one when I was evaluating, what do I have left? And it's like, well, I guess I don't have Kuva Seer. I thought I had all the Kuva weapons. Didn't. Yeah, Nataruk, if you look at my most used, I think I've used Nataruk quite a lot. Yeah, Nataruk's all the way down, right here. I don't remember using Brayton Prime. That must have been beta. I don't remember using Brayton Prime, like, at all. Yeah, that's the only one that I don't. This must have been during the beta where I was using this. Before, like, switching from Paris, because I used mostly Paris. Switching from that to Brayton before I got the Paris Prime, because the Paris Prime was one hell of a farm. I remember specifically, you'd have to do the mole defense, and you'd have to get the Paris Prime lower limb was like the one part I didn't have, and I had like probably 2 or 3 sets of it, except for the lower limb. And I still remember every single time I see a Paris Prime lower limb, I still remember that. Yeah, so I don't, like I said, I don't remember, like I must have gotten Brayton Prime pretty early on in the beta and then used it. I'm pretty sure that's a beta weapon. I don't even remember. But that's the only reason why I would think I have 1,200 kills on Brayton. On Brayton Prime. I don't even think I have it incarned. Let me look. I might not even have the incarnate adapter. Yeah, look. There you go. I don't even have the incarnate adapter on it. Let's look at this. This might actually be set up. Oh, look, I do have potato in it. No Exilis, no arcane adapter because, yeah, I have, this is my Brayton. Apparently I didn't even know how to use a polarity slot back then. There's no reason this would have had blast unless I was just messing with it at some point. I don't even know. Why would this have blast on it? Oh. And for reference, those that might have seen my Torrid usage, I had 6 Forma into Torrid from 2015 or 2016, whenever it came out, because I would use it in defense missions. So even before the Incarnate came out, I had 6 Forma already in it. Let's go back. This is just turning into nostalgia at this point as I'm slowly drifting out of consciousness. Oh yeah. No, the Liches, it's like this game is actually quite confusing. I remember trying to figure out the way that the Ropalist fight works and not understanding it. And then like the first few times that I did it, people just did it in the group I was in. I still had no idea how it worked. And then I think I had to look up a video on it. I was like, this is not intuitive whatsoever on the way this fight works. Same thing with, it's like, reminds me of WoW raids, but then they just make it overtly like way too complex and not very like overt on what you're supposed to actually do. Like WoW kind of did that a lot better, like figuring out the mechanics of a new raid. Warframe, some of the older stuff is not like that. Like, what do you like this? Why is this enemy immune? I run into that all the time where I don't even know the dual fight, whichever one it is. I think it's on like Ceres, the one where you go against Vor and the other guy. I don't even remember, but it's the fight where there's 2 bosses. Yeah, this one. So I still find that people seem to not understand how this works, and I probably don't even understand how it works. But it seems like if you're in melee range of the one guy, the Lect Krill, if you're in melee range of him, he goes immune. So I learned when I was farming Miter that you don't be in melee range of him and you use Exodia Contagion to kill him from a distance. Or Exalted Blade to kill him from a distance. And I still run into that every time it comes up as like one of the incursions. I'm just thinking like, is this actually how this works? I don't even know. I haven't looked it up to figure it out. Yeah, I brute force through things. If you guys have been here since I started, how I go through spy missions, I just brute force through them. That's how I've been doing it for the longest time, since you could slash dash through. As soon as they gave you abilities that you didn't have to mod them, like you didn't have to put the mod ability on your mod slot in order to get the ability. I started slash dashing through barriers, and it's like you're racing the clock at that point. All you're doing is just you're activating you're hitting the alarms, and it's a time race. Yeah, that fight. I at least remember the planet it's on, which I'm impressed that I even did that. Yeah, where you have to break the shields, and then you gotta fly the bug into the lamp, because Moth loves lamp, and then you have to kill the little node on the side of it, and then you have to, at the same time it gets to 0 health, and cracks, you got to hit the console to beam it, and then you got to do that 2 more times. And it is not intuitive, and it's easy for a player to like grief it. Like, let's honestly, Ropa fight is an easy grief bait type fight where you could just, if you don't know what you're doing, you could just ruin someone's time. Oh, yeah, and the Ropa fight was one of those ones that you definitely want to do a bunch of because of all the amalgam mods. Like, the star of the show here comes from the Ropa fight. So I helped a few friends and stuff that play the game do the Ropa fight till they get this so that they could use lifesteal on a Daiku, which is easier to get now because you can just get the Prime version versus having to get the actually, what is the MR requirement for Daiku? These are things I don't know, and I have to go because MR requirements have not been my problem for a long time. Yeah, Master Rank 15. So you're getting the regular one. You're getting the regular one first. I only started using ciphers about a year ago. Genuinely, I only started using ciphers like a year ago. It was like ciphers are one of those things I noticed, the training wheels, like I think it's like the LR4 test where people were struggling with it. It's like because they probably just used ciphers the entire time and they never had to get good at it, actually doing the consoles. Yeah, it's let's look at my consumables actually. Let me see what my my air support charges are at. I think like energy pads or something. What are those called? I don't even know what they're called. I've never used one. If your build requires an energy pad, you probably need to fix your build. That's my opinion, though. That's a strong opinion I have. I don't even know what they're called. Do I even have the blueprint for it? See, the problem I ran into with ciphers is I didn't know they added this like 100 blueprint one. So I was like, why would I want to build these one at a time? That was why, for me at least. Energy lab? Does that sound right? I don't even have... Yeah, look at this. Do I even have these blueprints? Like, I don't even think I have this blueprint. I've never even... I don't even have the blueprint for this. Yeah, and I kind of found the cipher mechanic to be fun when they released it, and... Yeah, see, there's 100. And ciphers, too. Like, let me find the cipher one. If you go to your... If you go to your thing, and then you... Tenolab? I think it's Tenolab. Air Sport Charge. Like, there's 100 Air Sport Charge. Definitely get that. And use Orokanai, because it is good. Oh, you came to the dojo with me. I forgot. You're still in the group. Like, these stims. Like, look, I have this one. I do, in fact, have this one. So I literally have never bought the blueprint for energy. What does this even do? I usually just rush these because I don't care. I apparently have built this. Or have this. I don't even know what this is. I think I needed it for something. Yeah, it's like an auto hack. I know people use that on like Loki and stuff. Can you even sell this? That's kind of funny. This is probably one of those like hilarious things because of how restrictive I've played this game for 12 and a half years. Air support charge. Can you even sell this blueprint? No, you can't. There you go. There's one of those things. If you go to Energy Lab, I have not ever made an energy restore because I don't even have the blueprints. I've literally never even bought the blueprints for these. Yeah. What does it even cost to craft one of these things? Oh. 90,000 credit. Oh, okay, that's 100. Never mind. That's not terrible. Yeah. There you go. Out of principle, I will not buy this blueprint. Because I don't need it. If my build needs it, the build sucks. Build energy into your build. Your build shouldn't need consumables to function. That's my I have a very strong opinion about that. Let's see what other things there are. Ammo restore. Oh, look at that. There's an ammo restore. Never needed that because I'm melee only. And I've been that way since the beta. Biolab. Oh, yeah, see, I had to do that one. Squad health restore. That's a thing. Saying about selling the blueprints just to see if that was one way that you could like, oh yeah, I've never purchased this, just as like a validation. Yeah, once you purchase this blueprint for these restores and like the energy and health restores, you can't get rid of it. So the fact that I don't have any of these is obvious that I've never crafted them. I don't even know what those do. It's like, I don't even know. I just don't. I've never liked consumables in games, so I stay away from them. It's where like Shidu came in as a weapon that I really liked, and why I have a lot of usage on Shidu. You know, it's up there because it has infinite ammo, and I don't have to worry about consumables. Same with Nadaruk and having infinite ammo. I like that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is Eternal Aegis dojo. What's in the vent kit thing? Oh, the ghoul saw is in there? Huh. What the fuck is this? Oh. I try not to swear. Sorry. Sorry to all the kids that are watching at midnight time. Yeah, I'm going to go back to that because that's funny. Literally never done an energy restore. What's the cost for that too? Oh, I already looked at that. What's the static core? Dude, I don't even remember what the static core is. A throwable secondary? I built it at some point. I don't even remember this weapon. Hello. Or we're looking at things like yeah, energy kunai. I don't even remember that weapon existing. But when I remember going to the dojo at some point, and when I was filling out mastery fodder, and then just buying all the blueprints for everything and then having to slowly build them with waiting for Fieldtrons to craft and all that, and then rushing a bunch of them or whatever and not caring. What is this? Anti-serum. Oh. Is this the thing for like... Oh. It's the thing to make like the salvage missions easier. Like Cormorants. It looks cool. Big old slash and puncture. 5 rounds per second. 20 round magazine. Oh, it's a sniper rifle. Huh, fancy. At some point, I leveled that. At some point, I crafted it, and then I took it to ESO. And then I did things in ESO, and then I left, and then I swapped it for the next weapon. Zoom again to fire a burst viral round. Oh, that's fancy. Dual mode based on ADS. The problem with healing return or a life strike is that they're not frequent enough. The only thing that kind of gets close is if you have a really high attack speed build with like Warcry and stuff, and then you throw it on Exalted Blade. But then you have to be really particular because you're trying to potentially out heal 500 damage per second. And the only way you can't do that with healing return, to put it simply. I've messed around. It's a decent little supplement, but you can't rely on it. You really want to have like a multi-prong approach, which is where technically my build has multiple sources of healing. Like it's got the Daiku Amalgam mod and for an Akana. It's got your companion doing Hunter Recovery with Quills, which is like infinite healing. It's kind of ridiculous. And then also my Operator Amp. I'm using one of the healing Operator Amps, the Replenish, I think. Magus Repair. Oh, no, it's Magus Repair. I remember this time. It's Magus Repair. Because all you have to do is you can just spam at the ground, and then each time you void mode from spamming, like jumping at the ground, triggers that off the initial. So it'll give you 25. You can easily exceed that 25 health per second. But when you've got 2,000 health, 25 health per second will be sufficient to out heal the persistence damage cap. See, here's the problem with healing return is that it doesn't work on dual liquor clouds. If it worked on dual liquor clouds, I would be using it on dual liquor. And my flex slot on this build with dual liquor is Blood Rush, because Blood Rush doesn't impact the clouds at all. They have 0 crit chance. So this is my flex, especially if I'm running a build that already has Wrathful Advance. Like this build right here, I've tried using dual Ichor and swapping this guy out for healing return, for life strike, and it's just not enough. You don't get enough Tennokai. Even with this reliable Tennokai proc, you're not getting enough procs to reliably keep yourself up. And then if healing return did apply based on clouds and the cloud ticks, then it would be very good if it did. But it doesn't proc off the clouds, which kind of sucks. And I wish this wasn't trash, because I would actually use this potentially. Killing an enemy with 3 toxin stacks. This shouldn't be 33 health per second. This should be 33% health per second for this to be even remotely useful. But even then, you have to be careful, because if you don't kill enemies, it's conditional on kill, and there's plenty of fights where you don't get kills because the enemies aren't killable. They're bosses or something. There's no spawn, like no ads to keep you alive. Back to dual liquor. I'm a creature of habit. Oh, I don't I don't remember if dots still count. If Duelicker clouds don't count, then the dots probably don't count. Unless it has to be from a direct hit. Oh, if it's Limbo specific, then I don't know. I don't know then. I don't think I've ever played Limbo, to be honest. I think I've played Limbo for about as long as it takes to power level them in SO. It's about how long I've played Limbo. It's not Limbo's fault. It's Excalibur's fault. Oh, let's see. What else? What other nonsense is there in this? Before I finally wrap this up so I can become unconscious willingly. Yeah, this is probably no surprise to anyone that my fourth most used equipment is Duelicker. And the only thing that beats it is Excalibur, Smita, Verglass, and then close runner-up is the Darsa. The hydroxide build I sent you? I don't remember, I'll be honest with you. I slept and woke up and I'm still playing. Yeah, I've forced myself because I need to rotate to get like halfway to rotating into a night shift in the next couple of days. And tomorrow's patch day. Wow. All right. Anything else? Anything for the masses before we Expacito? I think that's Spanish. I don't think I've ever seen this moot room. Like a nice little podium. Look at you with your stance. You gotta be like me and be stanceless. I forget the pose. It's like the pose or something. I don't use those because they kind of annoy me. So I just unequip the pose. Oh, stop by and visit my dojo before we go. Okay. Go ahead and queue it. I think you have to go to the navigation and queue it. I think that's how that works. You might be able to do it from here. Oh, now you're getting all crazy. Emotes. I don't use these that often. I forget that there's like really old Tennokan ones. Thousand days. Wow. Yeah, the temple one is nice. We'll leave on this dojo. The temple one is nice. I've used my a couple of my earlier videos. I use those in the thumbnail because it's pretty cool. The Lotus is evil. You're right. She hasn't fixed Excalibur yet. Until she fixes Excalibur, the Lotus will be evil. Well, this is interesting. I'm not much of a decorator, so I have no idea what's going on here, and nor the consciousness to think about it. But yeah, cool skybox. The void skybox is always kind of cool. And a railjack. Can I get inside the railjack? Yeah, look, you can get inside the railjack. All right, 10 out of 10. I can hide. It's like I'll just fall asleep here. Can I do that? Is there an emote for that? I guess I could like sit down here. There you go. Okay. This is peak Warframe right here. Look at this. Peak Warframe. I'm hiding inside of a miniature railjack from a spooky Excalibur. And an Excal cannon, yeah. I will say one of the missed opportunities is not using the Arcwing cannon on your railjack and getting shot like 10,000 meters away. That's a lot of fun. It's a great way when you're doing railjack to get to the objectives. All right. It is officially time for me to actually now get off 2 hours later. So, thank you guys all for coming. This was fun. We got lots of liches. We got lots of other things. Things happened. Yeah. Yeah, I will get nice good sleep. Sleep until noon. Hopefully. We'll find out. All right. And thanks for coming.